Okay, we are live. I am the host of this channel called MythVision Podcast. My name is Derek Lambert. Many years ago, I started this channel, and when I began it, I titled it MythVision. And yes, behind the titling of it, I was a mythicist. So there was a bit of the myth and vision looking at the myth that was inspiring me to want to title this channel MythVision. People to this day, mythicist vision, but I'm not a mythicist right now. I say right now because, well, I'm not persuaded by the arguments, and I don't act like I have now found the it, but I'm persuaded that there was probably a guy based on my research over the years. However, before we begin and introduce our guest, I made a post just recently. You have Christian apologists who love to quote people like BART and others to mock and scoff at people who are mythicists, who think there probably wasn't a guy. And I want us to be very cautious when we have people like that weaponizing these ideas for what they actually think. They want you to accept and believe so many absurd things about their claims, their faith, and whatnot, over against research that even we today and our panel is going to actually agree with much of the things that are said by mythicists. So we're closer than you realize, but we want to be accurate. We want to be factual. We want to come down on what we think is the case historically. And so this isn't my research, though I'm actually going to be a fly on the wall, and I'm begging you as an audience to join me in being a student. If there's one thing I've always tried to convey as a person in this channel, is not I have all the answers. I know what the case is. I'm persuaded at the moment by certain ideas. Join me as a student. Observe, learn, watch, and later on, make your mind up. But I ask that we're open-minded as we listen to what's being said, because both of the guests have read the works of Dr. Richard Carrier, and I might even have Richard back on later on to consider responding to some of this stuff down the road. That's all I have to say at the intro. Now let's introduce our guest. With that being said, Kamil, Gregor, Chrissy Hansen, welcome back to MythVision.
Hi.
Hi.
Fun to be back.
Yeah, I'm very thankful.
Likewise.
You both have worked together on publishing an article. Am I correct in calling it an article?
Two articles,
actually. Yeah, okay. We originally wanted to write just one, but we had too much material, so we had to split it into two. That's something that happens to me all the time. And both of these articles, so these are journal articles, and both of them have now passed peer review, which means that we can talk about them without compromising double-blindness of the peer review process. And an open access version of both of these articles has been uploaded to Humanities Commons. So if you click a link in the video description, you will be able to read them right now. It's a pre-published version, but the text is identical to the version that will be published. It's just the actual journal articles are going to be behind a paywall. So this is a way for you to access them for free, basically. So yeah, awesome. And but by the way, I have a presentation that has. Sorry.
Go ahead. I was going to mention Chrissy's got a book she just launched, but go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. I just recently published my very first scholarly book in the field of New Testament studies, The Empty Prison Cell. Go get it if you are interested in like Pauline authenticity studies and stuff. I am, as far as I know, the first author in the world to write a full-length book on the authenticity of Philemon. And specifically, I'm disputing its authenticity. So... Nice. Check that out.
So it means there is now 100% consensus among the scholars who have actually written on this question.
Close. I do have an entire section where I survey all the discussions that have been done on the authenticity of Philemon, and none of them by the pro-authenticity side are even longer than 5 pages. So...
Ooh. Real quick, before we get started,
if you do like a weighted average, then you're definitely like making up 99% of the scholars, right?
Right.
All right.
And those who want to super chat, I really appreciate it. I'm going to be occasionally maybe making interruptions during this presentation. It'll be kind of a long one. Kamil will be mainly doing the presenting. Chrissy will probably interrupt as well to emphasize or clarify, because here's the interesting point about this. This is not like most research, I feel, hasn't. We have a very close in the trenches experience with mythicism, and so we understand how a lot of the people online engage or understand this material and stuff. And I think that if there's an important point, we want to emphasize those points and stress them so the audience really knows what's being said at the moment. So we will find breaks occasionally. Kamil, hopefully you'll let me know, like, hey, now we'll take some super chats. If not, we will get to them at the end, and they will be in chronological order. So if you get them in early, you'll be one of the first people that we respond to. If you're late to the party, what do they say? The early bird gets the worm kind of thing. So we will eventually get to it underneath whoever super chatted. So Dr. Sledge, what a way to start out with Esoterica dropping us some love. Thank you so much for that super chat. But we will address questions and super chats as time goes by. I already see people with their own, you're going to straw man. Why do you need, you already left the religion. Why do you need this guy to have existed? Like, there's other motivations behind why we would think there's probably a dude like it. Yeah. And he got mythologized. He made a lot of failed predictions and things like that. Like honestly, I feel like historicism also had, if you're trying to like argue against Christianity, having a guy exist, there's so much argumentation you could use against the religion that way. Anyway, that's not why I come to those conclusions, but there's always going to be a million reasons why someone might want to try and say why we would think that could have been a guy. Anyway, that's psychoanalyzing and doing all sorts of stuff we don't want to do today. How do you want to begin this?
Yeah, I just wanted to say I have a actual presentation that has 130 slides, and I timed it to 2 hours. So probably we're going to be like for 3 hours, probably more, depending on how many questions people ask. So I will try to get through it as quickly as succinctly, so that I introduce us a little bit more formally, right? So you've probably seen me around YouTube on various channels. I'm currently doing my PhD in classics, which is the same qualification that Richard Carrier has. So I'm not getting a training to be a biblical scholar, which is fine, but I dabble in biblical studies. I, for example, published on research of a fairly conservative biblical scholar named Richard Bauckham. You can check links in the video description, because it's going to take you to mine and Chrissy's profile on Humanities Commons, and you will see all of the various articles and books that we've published. And most of them are behind the paywall, but if there's something that you're interested in, hit us up and we'll make sure we can get you a version of the actual research that you can read. I should also note that this is that relevant. I myself am an atheist. I actually have an excellent pedigree, because I'm from a country that has been measured as one of the least religious in the world. So, me, my parents, their parents, and so on, we've all been atheists for like 3 generations now. So unlike you muggle-born, I am as pure blood as it gets. But I should probably say why I decided to write on Richard Carrier, right? Well, when I started my studies in classics, I didn't really know where to focus my attention. So I decided the best approach would be to take it alphabetically. But I didn't find any issue with the work of Aaron Adair, so I moved directly to Bauckham, now to Carrier, which means the next on the chopping block is Dr. Kipp Davis, and then it's going to be EHRMAN, Funk, Golder, Habermas, and so on. So that now that we have the opening joke out of the way, of course, Chrissy Hansen. This is not a joke or exaggeration. She is currently the biggest expert on the history of Jesus mythicism on the planet, currently alive. So she's read more on Jesus mythicism and the various arguments and the history of the debate than even mythicist academics themselves. I think realistically, the only potential competition is Robert M. Price, but I suspect Chrissy is more well-read than him, because
Bob doesn't write
his
on
interests
the
are
historiography the debate. He mentions a lot of it, like he cites a lot of it, but he doesn't really get into the weeds of what actually happened in those debates and the progress of them. I am right now. I'm one of only 2 people I know of who have ever discussed in English the history of the debate of mythicism in China. I'm one of the only people that's discussed the history of the debate in the Soviet Union. I have a very lengthy paper published on specifically on those 2, and like the entire debate over in Marxist circles, from the earliest iterations of historical Jesus discussions, starting with Friedrich Engels in the 1880s and 1890s, all the way to the present day. And then I have
you also have a manuscript of a actual book on the history of mythicism, right? And as far as I understand, the only reason why that hasn't been published so far is because you keep adding more resources on mythicism in like Japan and Korea and Mongolia and stuff like that, right?
Yeah. Essentially, yeah. It needs to be rewritten, especially because there needs to be an entire section now. I'm working on co-writing a few essays with a friend of mine on the intersection between mythicism and far-right extremist movements as well throughout history. There's a lot of interesting overlaps, especially in Nazi Germany specifically. So yeah, I've done probably more on this than just about anyone else. More than on this than just about anyone else. The only person who actually would probably have any competition with me on this subject right now would be George S. Williamson, who's written at least he's written one very lengthy essay on the debate in Germany, and I know that he has been working on a manuscript with James Carlton Paget as well.
Okay. Yeah, and our third co-author, who isn't here with us today, is Brian Blass, with whom I've authored some research in the past. We actually needed some help with Bayesian statistics, so we asked a professional statistician because he, teaches statistics at the university and he does research there. So he co-authored one of the papers, but I managed to avoid all the maths and all the calculations in the presentation. So he's not joining us today. So let me just start sharing the presentation, and we can.
One brief note: I just want to also mention, similar to you, I'm not a Christian. I'm a Norse pagan, actually. So I have as far from the Christian window as you can get, basically. So I am very adamant about trying to get rid of Christian privileging in this field. I'm very vocal about what I see as especially privileging of Christian claims in historical Jesus studies in particular. That's been one of the focuses of my publication history recently as well.
So I want to share here just a second, Kamil, to make a point. We are actually publishing a documentary. I don't know when it'll be out. I'm in the process of moving to Florida with my family on eyewitness claims in antiquity. And this is all based on an article that Chrissy wrote that I found fantastic. It was so good that I was like, Chrissy, can I turn this into a documentary? Because people should really question even the Corinthian creed about, and so-and-so saw him and they saw him and 500 saw them. Is this a trope? Is this a well-known, let me give myself some credibility and authority, and I'm going to write this, and it makes it more believable, instead of taking it all as actually what happened historically. We need to explain how they had hallucinations or all these kind of models. Seems like almost like a literary trope may actually be, and we can't prove without a doubt, but it's a very interesting observation to make with all these other examples in antiquity that they're using this trope. So we're approaching this critically. We're not coming at this religiously or that we know that it was a Jesus. We have higher confidence that there was probably a Jesus than not. So let's discuss this matter.
All right. So here are the 2 articles. The first one has been accepted in the journal. It's called Literature and Aesthetics. That's one of the places where academic debate about Jesus mythicism is currently going on. Specifically, Raphael Lataster has published several pieces on the topic there. And also it has some other ramifications for folklore studies. So it's relevant outside just the question of Jesus Mythicism. And folklore studies is also one of the areas that's covered by the journal. And the second article was just accepted in the journal of early Christian history. So basically, the first article has all of the data, or most of the data, and the second article has most of the calculations. So what are the two articles about? Well, basically, I would say there is a pattern of how debates about Jesus' historicity usually go, both in academia and also among non-specialists. So among, just people arguing online. And it's usually, the dynamic is usually one person asks the question, what's the evidence that Jesus existed? Or they will make a statement. So they'll say something like, there's no evidence that Jesus existed, or there's no, conclusive or compelling or contemporary evidence. And then someone else says something in response. So they'll say something like, Paul mentions meeting his biological brother, Josephus mentions him twice, Tacitus mentions him, and stuff like that. And then someone will say, well, actually, and then the kind of the dialectic unfolds from there. So, they might say, when Paul mentions that he mentioned James, the brother of the Lord, he's not talking about biological kinship, but about fictive kinship and stuff like that. And what's important to highlight is that all of that are discussions about evidence. But what's important is that evidence is only one component of abductive reasoning. And the second component is prior probability. And prior probability, I think, is neglected both in academic literature and online. And our two articles are actually focusing specifically on the question of the prior probability of Jesus Mythicism, which means that we need to now ask the question, what's a prior probability, right? And by the way, this is the most boring part of the presentation. So it's really going to get good in about 5 minutes from now. I just need to go through this so this is understandable. I tried to make it as succinct as possible with a lot of visual aid, but unfortunately, there is no way how to avoid it. So when we ask the question, what's a prior probability, we can just quickly talk about the Bayes theorem, which is just a mathematical formalization of abductive reasoning that Richard Carrier uses. And people who don't have formal training in statistics are usually very quick to criticize Bayesian thinking and its application in history. And it's definitely true that there are legitimate criticisms of Bayesian reasoning in technical literature, but I can promise you that you don't know about them. And all of the arguments against Bayesian reasoning that you know about, and all of the arguments that you can actually think of, are all bad. Okay? So Bayes' theorem is fine. It's useful. It clarifies certain types of inferential reasoning. It makes the reasoning more transparent. It helps avoid some logical fallacies and identify them in other people's thinking. So when it comes to ancient history, we have much bigger issues to worry about than whether Bayes' theorem is an appropriate framework to use. And basically, it has three components, which I color-coded here. And if you notice, evaluation of the evidence is only one of them. So when people argue about the various pieces of evidence in favor of Jesus' historicity or against, all of that is essentially covered only by the red section of the formula. So almost all of the academic and non-academic discussion about Jesus Mythicism only falls into this one section, right? But there's also the prior probability, which is coded in blue. And we can basically very succinctly summarize what the prior probability is using a petty saying, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, which is a claim that everyone agrees with and nobody has absolutely any issues with whatsoever. So prior probability is basically just a concept that tells us how extraordinary a claim in question is, and in turn how strongly the available evidence should weigh in favor of the claim being true for us to conclude that the claim probably is true, right? So if the claim is very extraordinary, meaning it has a very low prior probability, then we need to have a lot of evidence. And we need the evidence to be very extraordinary, right? Meaning that the evidence ought to weigh very strongly in favor of the claim being true and vice versa. And this is actually really important because if you don't treat the prior probability appropriately, for example, in medical science, best case scenario is that large amounts of money get wasted. And worst case scenario is that it literally kills people. So that now that we have some idea about what the prior might be, we can move to how to estimate it. And that's a $1 million question, right? There are various approaches how to do it. And the way how Richard Carrier does it is through a concept that's called a reference class. So what does it mean to have a reference class, right? And how does a reference class tell you how extraordinary a claim is? So let's say that you have a hypothesis, which is here represented by a very sexy square. For example, the hypothesis might be that some person appearing in our ancient sources actually existed in history and isn't invented. So how do you estimate how extraordinary the claim is? How do you estimate the prior? Well, you construct a reference class, which is basically just a set containing some number of relevantly identical hypotheses. So if the hypothesis is about a historicity of an ancient person, then you collect relevantly identical ancient persons, basically. And then you just check how many of them actually existed in history. And if most of them are historical, which is color-coded here as green, then the prior probability of that person under investigation also existing is high. And, vice versa, basically. And of course, we have to ask the question, what does it mean for someone to be relevantly identical to someone else, right? It basically means identical in respect to all the various properties that are probabilistically relevant to the hypothesis in question. So in the case of a hypothesis about historicity, the reference class is basically a set of people that are identical to the person in question in all their various properties that have some probabilistic effect on their historicity. And it can be anything, right? It can be what they do, how they look, where they live, when they live, who they interact with, how, and so on. And they only differ in properties that are not relevant to the question of their historicity. So eye color or the length of their hair, something like that, right? That might be relevant, but it not might be relevant depending on what kind of culture we are for example. But of course, finding identical reference class members is very hard to achieve in practice, especially when it comes to the ancient world, because our data is, of course, very fragmentary, right? So we have to instead settle for relevantly similar reference class members. So these are not identical, they are only similar to the person in question. But this, of course, leads to the possibility of there being multiple different reference classes that we can use, each constructed using a different set of defining properties. Right? So for example, here we have a person that has 9 different properties, and we can very easily imagine 2 different reference classes that have different members and that are constructed using different sets of properties. So one reference class would be all the people that have A, B, and C, but they don't actually have the other properties. And the other reference class has some other properties. And notice that nobody in either reference class has the property I, which might be actually something that's just unique to the person under investigation. And what's even more important is this. So it could be the case that depending on how we construct the reference class, the prior probability estimate might be very different, even though we are still talking about the same person, right? So if we actually use the first reference class, it could be the case that most of the members just happen to exist, meaning we would think, well, the hypothesis that the person in question existed is not very extraordinary because look, all of the similar people existed, so the prior is going to be high. But it could also be the case that the second reference class will happen to have people who are mostly fictional. So if we go with that one, it's going to mean that the prior probability is very low. And the claim that the person in question existed is pretty extraordinary because look, all the relevantly similar people didn't exist, or most of them, right? So why should we think that this one? So which reference class should we use? And again, there are different answers, but Richard Carrier uses 2 criteria. He basically says that having more defining features is better. Because if you have multiple reference classes to choose from, you should go with the most detailed because it will contain the most similar members, right? Richard Carrier actually calls this the rule of greater knowledge, which to my, as far as I know, this is a term that's original to him. And he also says that having more members in the reference class is better. So the bigger the bubble, more people in it, that's great, right? Why? Well, because if your reference class is only very small,
Your mic, Kamil, your mic, I think, unplugged. If your reference class was very small, nope, you're still.
We've completely lost your sound.
Yeah, I think your plug. And Chrissy, while he does that real quick, I just want to make sure. So, what is being said so far? Which there's a lot of mechanical stuff going on here. Is there several reference classes? I'm getting the hunch that if you're pulling from historical figures as one reference class, but mythical figures that never existed reference class, and you end up kind of giving one over the other more weight of comparison to Jesus, you're going to end up thinking the prior probability goes that path, correct?
Yeah, like if you're only evaluating creating a reference class, and you're only creating that reference class by pulling from a specific subset of figures, you're going to end up with like a sample bias that is going to bias the outcome of that. Of any prior probability you do based on that. So, for example, if you did a prior probability with a reference class of just mythical raglan heroes compared to Jesus, and just only chose from mythical heroes, it would of course come out at the most of your that your probability is more likely that Jesus is going to be mythical, especially depending on if they score enough of the points. Carrier's going to, as we're going to get to, is going to argue that there has to be a threshold of at least 12 points scored for them.
He's just restarting it. So, okay, and before he pops back in, this is an important point as we look into this, because when I was reading on the historicity and stuff, there are a lot of mythical examples that you could compare similar to what we find in Jesus. And this is what I think was such a very driving, powerful point that drew me toward mythicism. Go ahead, Kamil. Let's see.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Hold on. Let me say, in the name of Jesus. All right. Go ahead and try talking now.
Is it better?
I have the power. Okay.
Right.
Sorry. I'm glad
Jesus.
to emphasize that.
Yeah.
Where we are, of course, it's a little technical what was being described by Kamil, but I think that was kind of the nutshell, what you were describing there, Chrissy, of what Camille's point is. And there's more.
Yeah, well, right here, what Kamil is discussing particularly is basically the more features we have for a reference class, the better, because it makes it more restrictive and you're able to refine it much better, so that you get a much closer sample size of relevant figures and relevant data points, and you excise any data that it has less relevancy, so that you basically end up with just the best possible data set and the best possible sample.
Got it.
Yeah. And also, if you think about these two criteria, by the way, the sound is still okay?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Yeah, it turns out I have an extremely sensitive cable for my mic, so if I accidentally bump it, it just goes crazy. I don't know why. But anyway, so if you think about these two criteria, usually there's a trade-off, right? So especially when it comes to the ancient world, because the data is just so fragmentary. So if you want a more precise, more concrete reference class, you will probably going to find fewer members that fit in it, because we only know about a limited number of ancient people to begin with, right? So, and our information about them is more fragmentary. So we usually need to find the right balance. So if you have like a school classroom of people and you say, okay, I'm only looking for people who are blonde, then there's going to be a number of people who fit into that reference class, right? But then if you say, okay, well, I only need people who are blonde, they are male, and they wear certain t-shirts and stuff like that, probably you're going to have a smaller sample, right? So the more detailed you get, the more the reference class shrinks, because there isn't like an unlimited number of people that we know of, right? So what's Carrier's reference class? Well, it basically has two defining features. The person in question needs to be from Mediterranean antiquity. Carrier frequently compares Jesus to modern mythical characters like Angel Moroni from Mormonism, Ned Ludd, that's some kind of American folklore hero, or various savior figures from Pacific cargo cults. But he doesn't include in his reference class people from outside Mediterranean antiquity, and that's actually a very good idea. That's the appropriate way how to do it, because the cultural context needs to be kept constant, right? So the probability that a certain type of person actually existed might be different in different cultures. So if we don't restrict it to one specific region and period, then we don't control for that, right? For example, because literary tropes or mythical archetypes present in various cultures might be different, and that might actually skew our probability estimates. And also adding this precisification, so limiting it to specific region and specific period improves the reference class, because that's in line with the principle of greater knowledge. And I should probably tell to our audience from like America and Australia and so on, what is Mediterranean antiquity? We don't have to nail it precisely, but in terms of space, if we use like large bodies of water, it stretches roughly from the coast of the Atlantic Ocean to the river Euphrates on the east, and then from the Danube River on the north to like the cataracts of Nile on the south, right? And in terms of time, it stretches from late Bronze Age, let's say, to the fall of the Western Roman Empire. So it doesn't cover, European Middle Ages and early modernity. And then the question is, of course, what's a rank Raglan hero? Well, that's a concept from anthropology that's named after two people, Otto Rank and Lord Raglan. Neither of them were anthropologists, by the way, which is, of course, fine. That happens to the best of us. And basically, they, especially Raglan, developed this idea that there is a type of a hero that reappears across time and space and various cultures, right? And so it's like a universal mythotype that keeps showing up across the planet. And he developed a list of narrative attributes that appear in myths and folk tales about this hero mythotype. And then he basically collected a list of heroes. And for each hero, he counted how many of these attributes the hero scores, right? So you can take a person, you can run through this list, you can give him a number of points that corresponds to how many of these attributes appear in the narratives about the hero. And a hero might score, let's say, 20 points, which means that if you read a story about them, you're going to find 20 out of these 22 things. They might score only 10, various numbers. But by the way, this presentation includes citations. So the small number 1 in square brackets in gray refers to a source. And you can actually download this presentation even right now in the video description below. And the last slide of the presentation lists all the citations. So I think this is the easiest way how to do it. This, for example, just references Raglan's book or a reprint of one of his articles. But all of the citations that we are going to see in this presentation are listed there. So
Yeah.
Richard Carrier, basically, and
real quick, just for those that want to know, the original article was published in 1934 in the journal Folklore.
Yeah. All right. So Richard Carrier and also other people say that Jesus scores very highly on the list. So he basically used the archetype as a defining feature of his reference class. And basically, Carrier says that any hero who scores at least 12 points, which is more than half, gets to be called a rank Raglan hero, and they get to be included in the reference class as long as they are from Mediterranean antiquity. So Carrier actually excludes some people who were scored by Raglan, but they are from elsewhere in the world, like Sudan or Indonesia. They are from European Middle Ages and so on. And Carrier adopted this list. He just made some changes. And, these changes result in Jesus scoring more points. So, for example, the first attribute in Raglan's original article says the hero's mother is a royal virgin, and Richard Carrier changes it to just hero's mother is a virgin. Because in the Gospel of Matthew, which is what he uses for scoring, Jesus's mother is a virgin, of course, but she's not royal. she's just a peasant, as far as we can tell, right? And so he made a couple of these changes to Raglan's wording. So who are the Raglan heroes? Here is the list. So this is Richard Carrier's reference class using the same kind of diagram as we used before. So Jesus is the hypothesis in question, or his historicity is the hypothesis in question. And in the reference class are all the people that are included who meet the two defining features. So they are from Mediterranean antiquity, and they are Raglan heroes, meaning they score at least 12 out of these 22 narrative attributes. And they are all in red because all of them are fictional, as far as we can tell, right? And because the entire reference class consists of fictional people, Richard Carrier then sets the prior probability of Jesus' existence to be very low. And so he basically says, okay, if Jesus existed, he's an exception, because look, all of these other relevantly similar people are all fictional. And of course, it's possible that Jesus is exceptional, but by definition, exceptional cases are less probable than typical cases. So if Jesus didn't exist, he's typical. He's just like all of these other guys, right? But if he's the only one who if he didn't exist, he's typical. He's just like one of these other guys. But if he existed, he's an exception. So that's pretty extraordinary.
I just want to interrupt
as far as we can say.
Kamil, just to say, I want to interrupt here just to make the point that based on this alone, if this is all we're factoring in as far as evidence goes to compare Jesus, then anyone in their right mind would tend to agree, I would imagine, with this kind of conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, at least based on so far?
Yeah. What's also important to emphasize, and everyone that uses Bayesian reasoning should say this very strongly, that this is only the prior probability, which means it can still be overcome by evidence. So you can start with this, and you can say, sure, this is fine, right? If Jesus existed, he's exceptional. But if the evidence is really good that he existed, that's more than enough to make up for it, basically, right? That's how the Bayesian reasoning works. So you start with the prior, and then it moves up and down, basically, depending on which way the evidence weighs, right? If the evidence is like a wash, so some of it may be a little bit more in favor of historicity, some of it may be a little bit more in favor of mysticism, or it's just all neutral, then this doesn't move in either direction, and you basically end up with Jesus mythicism being more likely true than not, right? And what's also very important is that Richard Carrier not only presents this, but he also says that there is no historical person who is a Raglan hero, at least in Mediterranean antiquity, right? And there's also one point that's very important for us to say, and that's that Richard Carrier adapts Raglan's scoring, which means that he gives the same heroes the same points as Raglan, and he also adds his own scoring of Jesus and Osiris, who were not scored by Raglan. And in some instances, which are here in red, Richard Carrier actually takes away a point or two from the hero compared to Raglan. So he basically downscores them, because he says that in some cases Raglan applied these attributes kind of too loosely, right? So they don't really apply in his opinion. And he thinks that the hero in question doesn't really score the point. So for example, Raglan gave 20 points to Theseus, and Carrier said, well, actually Theseus should only get 19 because one point was kind of fishy, so I took it away from Theseus, right? But what's a little bit interesting is that Richard Carrier now says that he can't actually remember which specific points he took away. And in this comment under one of his blog posts, he even mistakenly wrote Danz instead of Raglan. So this should say Raglan. Danz is just a different author who also wrote about this. And what's also interesting is that Richard Carrier also seems to be confused now, not only about which points he deducted, but also which heroes he deducted the points from, right? So again, in one of his blog posts, he says that he downscored Oedipus, and he even specifies which point he took away from Oedipus and why. But if you look at his book, he just gives Oedipus the same score as Raglan. So this is not reflecting what's in the book, right? And what's important, again, just to reiterate, is that Richard Carrier claims that all rank Raglan heroes are fictional in Mediterranean antiquity, and that there are no historical rank Raglan heroes. But we can, of course, ask the question: is that actually true? And how much research have gone into looking for historical rank Raglan heroes? So is it really the case that there are no historical rank Raglan heroes from Mediterranean antiquity? Well, we have found 33. And we had to stop counting because otherwise we would never publish, right? So we started counting, and at some point we had to stop. I decided to stop at this number because, it's the year in which Jesus was crucified. It's also, he was 33 at the time. So that sounds like a nice number. And since we have submitted the articles, it takes a couple of months before the publisher gets back to you, before you get the reviews from the referees and stuff like that. I've came across several additional historical rank Raglan heroes.
Okay,
I think in total we've come across at least like 3 or 4 more since we submitted this article.
So yeah.
Just one comment real quick, Kamil. This is important what you just said. You introduced something, and I want this for the audience members. I love y'all. I really do. I don't care where you are. I don't care if this persuades you at the end of the day. What I would love to see in the rhetoric that goes on, the exchange back and forth, I don't want to hear people say by the end of this, you historicist types have no reason why you draw your conclusions. It's absurd. How do you not see this guy's completely mythical and he never existed? And when you consider what's being said here, that 33 historical people also match the numerical rank Raglan observations, just like non-existent figures. And I imagine, hint, hint, I don't want to jump to conclusions, some of them are even contemporaneous with Jesus himself, okay? Huge red flags in anyone who's serious about truth. I want to challenge anyone who's serious about honesty and truth. When you listen to this, I hope this nudges that dogmatic, he couldn't have existed. I see it all the damn time. And it bothers me because I'm like, hold on, what are we now, a religion? Are we now dogmatic and must be mythicist? Or can we not entertain this scientifically and consider evidence that maybe hasn't been observed and presented in this way? Because this is the first time this particular observation is being presented. And I already have people in the chat whose minds are made up. I'm asking us all to be students together because I plan on having Richard down the road respond if he wants to, if he has something he wants to respond to. So let's all be charitable and honest researchers and consider the evidence. Sorry, I had to jump in, but
that's all right. So this was a nice cliffhanger. So let's go into it and let's see who that is, and let's go into detail, right? So how did we find them? How is it possible there are so many, and why didn't anyone find them before, right? Including Richard Carrier. Well, to answer these questions, we need to actually look into how the scoring is done. So we need to kind of look under the carpet. Let's start. Raglan has his list of narrative attributes. And then basically for each hero, he describes how exactly the attributes appear in the narratives about the hero, right? So you have the list on the left, and then on the right in his article, you basically have a short paragraph which kind of paraphrases the narrative, the myths, and the tales about the hero, and it tells you which of these narrative attributes the hero scores and how, right? What is it exactly about the narrative that makes Raglan give the hero the point? But what's actually very important is that when you compare the two, you find out that they are different. Right? So Raglan actually doesn't stick to how the attributes are worded. And my suspicion is that people, including scholars, who try to look for historical rank Raglan heroes in the past, they basically only read the list of the attributes, but not the description of how the attributes are applied. So basically, only read the text on the left, but they didn't read on the right. So when they then looked for heroes who exhibit the attributes very strictly as they are worded on the list, it was very difficult for them to find people who match, right? But they didn't look at how Raglan and also Carrier actually apply these attributes to the fictional heroes. Because if they did that, they would discover that both Raglan and Carrier often apply these attributes very loosely. So they are being very inclusive, which basically can create a double standard in some cases where historical rank Raglan hero candidates are scored very strictly. So it's very difficult for them to get a lot of points. But fictional rank heroes have been scored very loosely, or like using a more inclusive application of these attributes. So it's much easier for them to get a lot of points and be included in the reference class. And basically, when you score historical figures consistently with how Raglan and Carrier score their fictional heroes, well, then historical examples start showing up, right? So just to give you an example. So one of the narrative attributes is worded like this. At birth, an attempt is made to kill the hero. Okay. So let's see how Raglan applies this attribute to Joseph, son of Jacob, one of the patriarchs from the Bible. He says, in his childhood, his brothers attempt to kill him. Now, Derek, can you tell me, like, what is the story in Exodus? What exactly happens? And how does it fit into this attribute?
It would be in Genesis, not Exodus.
Yeah, Genesis.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Either way, if I'm not mistaken, it wasn't in his childhood. He was already like kind of a teenage adult, right? I mean, he's already somewhat older. He's not an infant.
On top of that, they also don't try to kill him. They sell him into slavery.
Well, one brother makes the hint that they might be trying to, but then the others is like, no, instead of killing him. So like it is like one person I think makes the mention of like, but then they put
there's no actual attempt.
I think if I recall the story correctly, they put him into a hole in the ground. Like they tie him up, throw him into the hole, and that's meaning he would die of exposure. But then one of the brothers convinces them to just sell him to slavery instead, if I'm not mistaken. In this case, it's also a little bit funny because that's one of the places where you can very clearly see the documentary hypothesis, right? So the story gets really convoluted because it's like two different narratives kind of stitched together. So like who sells him to whom and stuff like that, it is a little bit more convoluted. But what's very important is that this doesn't happen at birth. It happens when he's 17. And this is actually explicitly stated in Genesis. And it's also reiterated in Josephus in his Antiquities, because Josephus's Jewish Antiquities, basically the first like half is just his retelling of the events of the Hebrew Bible, the historiographical books, right? So, and just to be clear, there isn't like a obscure rabbinic source in which Joseph is also endangered as an infant. No, this is the basis for Raglan giving this specific point to Joseph, right? But you can here see that there is like a mismatch between what the attribute says and how it's then applied. And this is important because, of course, Joseph only has 12 points, which is Carrier's threshold included in the reference class. Meaning that if we take away this point because he doesn't actually score it, because he's not put in danger as an infant, well, he drops from the reference class, and the reference class becomes smaller, which is a bad thing, right? But what if we do the opposite, and we score historical people consistently with how Raglan and Carrier score Joseph? Well, this is what happens. There's a Greek politician and general named Aratus of Sicyon, who was hunted during civil unrest that resulted in a death of his father before. Enemies of Pyrrhus I, the king of Epirus, the famous leader who fought the Romans, they sought to kill him after his father had been exiled. Emperor Tiberius actually lived during the civil wars that preceded the establishment of the Roman Empire, and he was on the run during the civil wars and very narrowly escaped death. And of course, because there was a lot of intrigue at the Roman imperial court, Claudius's wife sent assassins to kill Nero. Now the question is, when did this happen? Did this happen at birth of these heroes? No. Aratus was 7. This is what the primary sources say explicitly. So in all of these cases, we actually can determine, based on the sources, how old they were. Aratus was 7. Pyrrhus was 2. Tiberius was still being breastfed. This is what's explicitly said in Suetonius. And Nero, we can deduce, wasn't much older than 4. So you can see that if we actually stick to the strict wording of the attribute on the list, none of these historical people would score the point, right? But if we actually score it consistently with how Raglan and Career scored their fictional heroes, including Joseph, then all of these historical people get the point, just like Joseph. And they now are 1 point closer to being included in the reference class, right? They're 1 point closer to becoming Raglan heroes. And that's basically what we did consistently. So if you actually look at how Raglan and Career score, not just at the list of attributes, then you'll see historical Raglan heroes showing up.
If I may just point out one thing, though, too,
Yep.
Kamil, and this is something I hope you can give me yes or no, probably without having to answer this, but with historical figures, sometimes we might actually be dealing with mundane historical facts that just so happen to fit in. We could count the category, but there are going to be examples. I imagine you're going to cover them, and I don't want to jump the gun, where historical people get these clearly legendary tropes that we find in mythical people. And that is there going to be a differentiation between what we might say, hey, that actually happened, where this emperor actually escaped his death and he's on the run, versus this looks more like a mythical trope applied to a historical figure?
Yeah, we're going to definitely be talking about that. That's actually pretty important, right? Right. So
one last thing I want to note is also, like, even on the more stricter definition, every single one of these historical figures better matches the wording than Joseph does. Like, Tiberius still being breastfed is far closer than anything you get with Joseph. So if you score Joseph, Tiberius has to score. There is just no ifs, ands, or buts about that. If you score Joseph at 12 points and give him that point, Tiberius has to.
Yeah, like if you manage to gerrymander all of the qualifications around that so that Joseph gets the point but Tiberius doesn't, then you have a fine-tuning problem, right? You just have to turn all the knobs exactly to make sure that you only have fictional heroes in your reference class and nobody who actually existed. But we'll see more examples of that later. What's very concerning in this case, I would say, is that Richard Carrier actually already amended the wording of this specific point once in his own version of the list, which results in Jesus getting the point, right? Because Jesus isn't put in danger when he's an infant. He's only put in danger when Herod the Great orders all of the boys, I think younger than 2 or 3, to be slaughtered around Bethlehem. So this has already been abandoned. But Richard Carrier didn't go back and fix any of the discrepancies in other fictional heroes. So he still gave Jacob the same number of points as Raglan, even though even after his restatement or rewording of the attribute, right? By the way, can you hear me okay?
It goes in and out a little here and there. I don't know if it's the wire's loose or something, but it's working enough where we're getting what you're saying.
All right.
We can understand you, but every once in a while you just go
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
So you're saying, just to make sure, Carrier changes a little bit. He's changing the wording a little in his version of it.
Yeah, well, the point is that he basically already reworded this, but he didn't take into consideration the fact that even under his updated wording, Joseph still doesn't score, if we interpret this very literally, right? Because Joseph isn't put in danger when he's a baby, and he's also not put in danger when he's an infant, right? So that's that doesn't basically remove the inconsistency. And I've actually asked Richard Carrier about this. in a comment under one of his blog posts, and he acknowledged that this needs to be reworded again to keep Joseph in the reference class, right? Meaning all of the historical figures that are listed above that we've talked about, if we score consistently, they of course all get the point as well, right? But that's actually not the only inconsistency about this. So Richard Carrier actually in his book scores two historical figures from Mediterranean antiquity, Alexander the Great and Mithridates VI, the king of Pontus, who for a relatively long time fought the Romans pretty successfully until he didn't, right? And Richard Carrier says that these two people who actually existed failed to score at least 12 points, so they are not included in the reference class, and they don't actually pump the prior probability of Jesus' existence, right? But the problem is that when it comes to this specific point, he treats Mithridates inconsistently with how he treats Joseph. So he says that Mithridates doesn't score the point because he is put in danger, but not during his childhood. He is only he's not put in danger at birth. He's only put in danger during his childhood and teenage years. So that disqualifies him, right? But the problem is that, as we've already seen, Joseph is only ever put in danger when he's 17. So again, this is inconsistent, right? You are basically creating a double standard. You are scoring fictional heroes one way and historical people a different way, so that the historical person doesn't get the point and the fictional person does. That's an issue. And again, either Joseph loses the point, make it consistent, which means he drops from the reference class and the reference class gets smaller, or Joseph gets the point, but then everyone else that we named also gets the point, so that they are now more likely to get more than 12 and be included, even though they all existed. So, and again, I asked Richard Carrier about this, and he said, yes, you are actually correct, Kamil. And he acknowledged that Mithridates should get the point, meaning that his original scoring in the book is not correct. So that's one issue that we discovered. Another issue is a problem with vagueness.
So Kamil, people are saying your mic is coming in and out too much, and I want to try and see if we can get that rectified. I want you to come in through clear, so everyone's enjoying this, because this is getting into the deep stuff that I think is important if we're going to be honest, right? Like, what people are sincerely asking, why would you come to a conclusion that there was a guy, or maybe a guy existed? Well, we need to get into all that, right? Try it now, Kamil. You're muted. It's not working. I just want to get it right before we keep going. Sorry.
I think we need to start a fundraiser for Kamil to get a new mic and cord.
Right? Someone thinks it's internet connection and not the mic. I want to get it right, because I want people who are going to play this later, they can't misunderstand anything he's saying.
Would we like to use this to potentially catch up on some of the super chats and stuff?
We can, while he gets that ready. Yeah. Esoterica again. Thanks, brother. Justin Sledge, Dr. Justin Sledge, for those who don't know. Thank you for the support of the channel with the super chat. Duran says, shut up, take my money. I will. Thank you so much. Michael Beverly says, I'm curious why we all agree with EHRMAN et al. We have copies of copies of copies, but all of a sudden the mention of James is infallible evidence. I don't know anybody who says that, but there might be a few people who sound that way. I don't know. Explain why. We know Josephus was doctored, etc.
So the James reference is almost universally taken by scholars to be authentic, mostly because it's just such a small passage that it doesn't look like something a Christian would interpolate. As we know from the Testimonium Flavianum, Christians on occasion were more prone to elaborate interpolations of that kind, and also nothing in it is necessarily on the face of it non-Josephine in like terminology or style or anything like that, unlike the Testimonium Flavianum, which has some clear stylistic problems. But I'm just going to go out and say that I don't actually agree with EHRMAN or others like him, and I actually think all of the references to Jesus and Josephus are inauthentic, and actually so does Cam's one of Cam's professors, Ivan.
And they still think there might have been a guy, or most likely was a guy named
Yes,
Jesus.
and Ivan is still a minimal historicist, and I've talked to him over email a number of times on this.
Last one here, and we're not going to answer this one now because Antonio's a friend of mine. They're in Brazil. Right now, I think there's this fascination with this very question that we started 5 years ago, really online. It got really, really popular, was mythicism. But they're, I think, mostly persuaded by mythicism at the moment. But hopefully by the end of this, we can come back to the super chat and address this question, because they want just the evidence. They just want the evidence. Just give us Jesus. Come on, and we'll think there was a guy. I don't know if it's going to be persuasive without all of this that we're actually factoring in before we end up getting to this conclusion. So,
how is the audio now?
You're a little quiet. Try it now.
Yeah, so I basically decided to ditch the microphone altogether, and I'm just going with the integrated mic. So the audio might be.
Can you really quick go into your mic settings and turn up your gain?
Yeah, because it's whispering to us right now. We need confidence. We need preaching from you. I love the way that this is heading, because now we're able, with this kind of angle, we're able to incorporate a larger set to work with. And interesting to see how historical figures and myth start to mix. And if we're going to apply that to other historical figures that I don't think anyone doubts existed, we start noticing certain things that are applied to those guys. Let's just say Caesars, for example. Why can't we also apply the same kind of thing when we're looking at someone like Jesus? Anyway. Did you figure it out, Kamil?
Yeah, I'm trying. You can't bump me up on your end, right?
Do what?
You can't increase the volume on your end, right?
Yeah, I have.
It is sounding a little better now.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'll be able to do anything, because it's just
I think it is his internet.
Yeah, it looks like the problem's not your microphone. Then
it's not your mic now.
You're still bugging out, so your internet's the problem. Actually, your internet connection.
Yep. And I think we should go back to the mic, because he sounded good as long as it was working. Okay, while that happens, because I don't want to distract, get people bored here in the chat. 350 people watching. Chrissy, tease us. What are we getting ourselves into here? Do you have any idea?
Yeah, so there are several problems going on right now. So what we've just previously covered is that we've already found cases where there's clear evidence of a double standard going on. You end up with points that people are applying inconsistently. So, for example, you get that whole point where the hero is supposed to be killed at birth. Then we change that with Carrier changes that to as a baby to make sure that Jesus scores. But then he does not go back and correct his scoring on Joseph. Joseph should score 11 if we were to actually take that wording literally. So the wording can't be taken literally. And then we showed that Carrier even admits this, so that the wording needs to be altered again to an attempt is made on the hero in childhood or similar. So what the case seems to be is that there's a double standard going on, because then, despite the fact that he's going to retain Joseph, he doesn't retain Mithridates of Pontus, who by all counts should also score that point, because there was a threat on his life as a child. So
All right, where is it now?
And where we're about to go with this is that there's even more problems with all the points, which is that a lot of the points are so vague that you can just there are an infinite number of ways that you can apply them, and there's a lack of consistency there as well.
Kamil, go into your settings and make sure you have that mic on, just to make sure.
That's the I should be using the correct one now, and I changed the internet connection. Is it better?
Yeah, you're better now.
Yes, much better.
All right, cool. So I'm on my phone on my phone data, but I might actually run out of data at some point. So then I'll have to pay for extra, and it might take a couple of minutes for that to go through. But that's all right. So let's just plow through this, right? So the other issue that we found in scoring is what we call a problem of vagueness. And basically, when Raglan describes how various fictional heroes score, for example, this point, right, which just says, for a time, the hero reigns uneventfully, he changes the wording. So it can mean peacefully, prosperously, Zeus reigns supreme, which I don't know what it's supposed to mean, right? In some cases, just the fact that the narratives omit events taking place during the hero's reign is enough for the person to score, which in some cases mean the fewer sources we have preserved, the more likely the people are to score this, because we only have fragmentary information about them. The last line is actually Heracles, where in this case it's especially egregious, because Heracles gets the point just because he stays in Calydon, quote unquote, quietly. But Heracles never actually rules Calydon. He just stays at the court of the local king for some time, right? And that's all that it takes him to score the point. And what's also interesting is Richard Carrier actually precisified the wording to remove some of the vagueness, but he then forgot to, again, go back and check if any of the fictional heroes should now lose the point because they no longer qualify under this precisified definition, right? So he says that the hero only scores if he rules without wars or national catastrophes. But for example, he still gives the point to Zeus, who, of course, there are wars taking place under Zeus's rule. Some of the wars Zeus even personally participated in as a combatant. So, for example, Gigantomachia, the war against the giants. Here is the famous depiction of Zeus on the altar from Pergamon. Another example is Theseus, who actually personally fights in at least 5 different wars during his reign. So here we have a Roman sarcophagus, which depicts one of these conflicts, the Centauromachia, the war against the centaurs, which Plutarch, which is one of the biographers, one of the sources for Theseus, says point blank that he went to war with them. Even though, in this case, this might be the elusive Schrodinger's point that Richard Carrier took away from Theseus, because you have to keep in mind that he can no longer remember why he downscored Theseus. So for all we know, this could be the one. I do not know, only God knows. And this is, by the way, not the only point that Theseus should have lost if we stuck to the strict wording of these attributes. I'm going to talk about other examples as well. And Carrier also didn't downscore Heracles, even though Heracles actually does go to war during his stay in Calydon, which is the reason why he gets the point in the first place, right? So again, the attributes are rewarded, but then there are inconsistencies in scoring. So you always have to go back and check and update your scores depending on how you tweak your definitions. But if there are people who don't know how the scoring is actually done, well, it's going to be much harder for them to find any historical examples. Another cases are just inconsistencies that result from just straightforward historical errors, right? So, for example, Richard Carrier says, when he's scoring Mithridates, that Mithridates doesn't get the point for parents being related, so his mother and his father being interrelated, because there is no actual evidence that they were. If I said this during my doctoral exam, they would make me fail. So here is the family tree of Mithridates, and all the red lines are instances where his ancestors on his paternal and maternal sides are related, right? So one really interesting case is that a Seleucid king, Antiochus III, had a number of children. He had two brothers who were both named Antiochus. One of them is Antiochus IV Epiphanes, who is famous from the Bible, from the book of Daniel, right? And he also had a daughter, Laodice IV. And she actually married, in turn, both of her brothers, because there were a lot of like sibling marriages going on in these Hellenistic dynasties, right? And from those two unions were born ancestors of Mithridates VI, both on his paternal and his maternal side. So in one case, his mother, and in the other case, his paternal grandmother. So there is like plenty of evidence that his parents were related, right? And compare this to
he was his own cousin multiple times over because of how these relationships work.
Yeah, and compare this to Moses, who gets the same point from Raglan and Carrier, right? Here in this case, he only gets the point for one interbreeding, one instance of interbreeding, basically. So if anything, Mithridates should get the point even more so than Moses, right? And what's really funny is that in both cases, the exact same pattern of interrelatedness exists, right? So in both cases, the hero's father is a nephew of the hero's mother. So if Mithridates doesn't get the point, then Moses definitely shouldn't get it either, right? And these are just some of the worst examples. So we don't actually have time here to cover all the issues with how Raglan and Carrier score. And all of these issues are documented in great detail in one of the articles with all the references to all the primary sources, all the discussions and stuff like that. One of the reasons why we decided to split the research into two different articles is because there was just so much to cover in terms of how this scoring is actually done in case of the fictional heroes, that there was just no way how to put everything into like 30 pages, right?
Cam and I, for our first paper, Cam and I went through every single one of these points, and just about every single point has some kind of inconsistency in scoring, just in Carrier's work alone. Raglan inconsistently scores just about every single point as well, and it creates a huge number of problems. This one is one where it's very apparent, and also the previous one, but also what it even means to be like a son of God becomes very dubious as a point of application.
Yeah, so what we actually did, as Chrissy just mentioned, we went through all of the attributes, all of the heroes, and all of the primary sources for them, or at least the major ones, right? The ones that are actually used for scoring. And we very carefully checked how Raglan and Carrier score. And then we reworded the attributes so that they reflect the real scoring practices, right? And then we used this as the tool for scoring historical figures so that we do it consistently with how Raglan and Carrier scored their fictional figures. And when we did that, well, then we started finding historical examples, right? Which is not surprising when you think about it, because when Raglan and Carrier deviate from the strict wording of the attributes, they are being more inclusive. So it's easier for a hero to score high, regardless of whether the hero existed or not. Right? So just to go through this real quickly and explain like who exactly, like which fictional heroes necessitate the changes in wording. When it comes to point number one, the mother needs to be royal, but royalty in practice just means high social status. So, for example, mothers of Joseph or Moses were not queens or princesses, right? Also, Carrier changed Raglan's wording in this point from royal virgin to just virgin, but then he inconsistently didn't also downscore all the heroes whose mother was only royal and not a virgin. So, for example, Moses is explicitly said to have a brother who is 3 years older than him, Aaron, right? So Moses's mother, God bless her heart, she definitely wasn't a virgin when she had Moses, and she wasn't royal either, if you interpret this very, very literally, right? So we actually had to put royalty back into the definition so that Moses doesn't lose the point. But also we have to say, well, you don't have to be a queen or a princess. You can just be a noble, because then there are fictional Raglan heroes who get the point even though their mothers are not like queens or princesses, you know?
And there's one more vagueness also here, which is, what does virgin actually entail? Was the conception meant to be virgin, as in like the case of Jesus, or is it specifically that she's just a virgin upon conception, which doesn't necessarily have to be sexless, like the case of Romulus, which in all cases is a sexual reproduction. Like it involves like a full penetration. So like there's another vagueness there, which is what even virginity is implying here.
Yeah, if you go with sexless conception, then nobody gets the point, I think, right? None of the heroes, because in no case it's said that the mother like stayed a virgin after conception, because it's just a sexual conception. Maybe you might get a point with Danae because she gets impregnated by golden rain, but I don't know how that works, like anatomically, you know. So with point number 3, we included make sure to say distant relatives, because, for example, in the case of Oedipus, his parents are only very distantly related to Cadmus. So they have a common ancestor, but it's like, I don't know, 15 or 16 generations back. And also Jesus's parents are related on the traditional view that one of the gospel genealogies tracks Mary instead of Joseph. But that's also a very distant relationship.
Generations, right? And generations removed.
Yeah. And Carrier says in the book that if this was actually in the Gospels and wasn't just a harmonization that was developed later, it would count for the purposes of scoring. So we just made sure to reflect this. Number 6, we've already talked about this, right? So it doesn't have to be at birth or during childhood. Plus, in the case of Theseus, there is no actual attempt made at his life at any point. There is only a concern about it. Basically, the story is that before Theseus is born, his father is worried that his cousins might conspire against him in the future at some point, right? So he has his mother stay and give birth somewhere else other than Athens. So Theseus isn't actually born in Athens, but there is no attempt. There's just a concern about it, but still he gets the point. But from Raglan. When it comes to number 7, Dionysus and Joseph are not spirited away; they are just safe from death. When it comes to number 8, either condition is fine. So, for example, both Romulus and Moses are reared actually very close to where they came from. You know, Moses is reared literally like down the stream from his house by his biological mother as well, right? Because she becomes the wet nurse.
Romulus is just like a few hours walk away.
Yeah, I think like 13 miles. Yeah.
It's literally just it is close. The distance between where he lived and where he was born is smaller than the distance between me and Walmart.
Yeah, there you go. And also between me and Walmart, but that's probably like several thousand kilometers. All right. So when it comes to number 9, no details about childhood. There are actually exceptions to complete silence. So, for example, in the Bible, there are no details about Moses' childhood, but we get to know quite a lot about it from later sources, especially from Philo. And also, there actually are details about Jesus' childhood, even in the Gospel of Matthew, that Carrier uses to score Jesus, that are not covered by other attributes, right? So it's not actually the case there is complete silence even in Jesus's case. When it comes to number 11, this doesn't have to be a little monster or like a named enemy or like a single enemy, and it doesn't even have to be in a physical combat. So, for example, Moses gets it for magical victories, which is what Raglan says, over the Pharaoh. Jules gets it in a victory in a contest of dream interpretation, which sounds like bullshit, right? I guess against Egyptian magicians who are not named in the story. Jesus gets it for his victory over Satan's temptations in the wilderness in the Gospel of Matthew. Number 14, that's the point that I highlighted as being super vague. We actually gave this point only when the ancient sources were really clear one way or the other, right? And so either they explicitly said that the ruler reigned peacefully or successfully, or we didn't give it when it explicitly said that it's not, or they don't. When it gets to point number 16, this doesn't have to include all the subjects. For example, it can just be a conspiracy of some of the subjects, like in the case of Osiris. When it comes to point number 17, Romulus gets it only because there's an agreement to depose him. So nobody actually dethrones him. He's not the city or anything like that. He also, Raglan gives the point.
You're breaking up bad, Kamil. Repeat that again.
Yeah. If that happens, I don't know what to do. I can try different connection and different mic.
I don't think it's your mic. I think it is the internet. Because we did that. You were working good for a while, and then now it's like really glitching out bad again.
That's weird. Yeah, because I'm on mobile data, which should be fine, like it should be stable. Not sure.
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
Do you want to plow through this, or do you want me to switch to the mic that I was using before?
Do what?
Do you want me to change the mics, or do you want me to continue?
I think it's worth continuing. I'm almost tempted to say if you turned off your camera, it might give more bandwidth to what you're saying. And then we could try you sending me or sending Chrissy or me the visuals. That might be combined with the video and stuff affecting the mic.
I can also continue this point as well, because I have the data here too. Like point 17, like the big one here is the intent to dethrone counts, but so does him just leaving of his own will. So, for example, Raglan scored Heracles this point, and Carrier also apparently does, because he doesn't disagree with the score for Heracles for leaving Kaladin of his own free will after being and he leaves after also being specifically pardoned by the king. Romulus gains the point because his deposition had been decided upon, quote, that's, I believe, from Plutarch. But he's not actually, like, ever driven out of a throne or a city. He's, according to rumor, just immediately killed by the Senate. And then outside of the Mediterranean, you see similar trait. So like King Arthur is given this point by Raglan, despite the fact that he is just abroad of his own free will. This is just this does not actually have to entail that they're actually driven from a throne or city to score, and this inconsistency is seen in the way that Carrier scores this point as well. The next one is that he meets with a mysterious or obscure death. This is like one of the most singularly debated points because it's extremely vague how to apply it. So, for example, this point is given to several Greco-Roman heroes like Bellerophon, Jason, Perseus, and Theseus for their deaths being basically insufficient, or there being like multiple different accounts of their deaths. So like if there's multiple contradictory accounts of someone's death, they score the point according to Raglan. And you see this also with the consistency with which Carrier accepts these scores as well. Of other examples are like the ascensions into heaven count as mysterious, and so do just vague disappearances as well. So like Elijah gets this point for ascending into heaven, even though he also ascends alive. Elijah doesn't die, and he scores this point. So this point also can be very loosely applied, and has to. Otherwise, we have to start downscoring people on Carrier's list as well. Point 20, his immediate successor is not his child, is another one. So, for example, Oedipus is succeeded by Creon, his uncle. Theseus is succeeded by Menestheus, who has no kinship. But despite this, afterward, his relatives Demophon and Eteocles become kings of Athens and Thebes, respectively. So it's only the immediate successor. Children can rule after an immediate successor. They just can't be the one that is directly succeeding their father to score this point. We can also look at just the last two here. So his body is not buried or turns up missing is how Carrier worded it. This reformulation allows Jesus to gain the point. Mere silence and uncertainty, or even like contradiction in ancient sources about burial or burial place, however, also counts according to Raglan. So he gives Asclepius, Bellerophon, Jason, Oedipus, Theseus, Perseus, and Watogunung all this point, despite the fact that they're all said to be buried, but there are contradictory accounts on most of them. Others are said to ascend as well. Point 22, the hero has one or more sepulchres or is granted divine honors after death. Contra Raglan's original wording, basically anything goes. And this is seen in just all the points that he lists. So, for example, you can have a holy sepulchre without an unburied body, like Pelops and Zeus. You can have holy sepulchres with a buried body as well. You can have a holy site in general just be a place of interest. We also wanted to cover dies at the top of a hill or a high place as well, because that one's also inconsistent. A high place can just literally be any elevated position. So, for example, Robin Hood and I'm going to butcher this pronunciation, Lovegifs. It's, I think, Irish. They both score the point. Robin Hood gets it. What? Robin Hood gets that. Robin Hood gets that point just for being on like the second floor of a building.
A consonant. Can you guys?
Yep, I can hear you.
All right.
I was just finishing up all these.
I had to
I-
shut down.
Oh, you're cutting
Yeah.
out again.
I had to shut down literally everything.
Yeah, I was just finishing up all these points for you so that you could
Right.
move on after this. But yeah, Raglan gives this point to Zeus because, quote, hilltops are particularly sacred to him, unquote. That's it. Not because he dies at the top of a hill, just because hills are sacred. It can also be like a hill or mountain in the case of Heracles. It can be a cliff in the case of Theseus. And none of these are particularly challenged by Carrier either. Jesus, by contrast, is not actually said to die at the top of a hill in these scriptures. This is a later tradition. He is said that he dies at Golgotha, but it's a tradition that this was a hill, not outright stated. So this also causes an issue that Carrier is mixing and melding later traditions about Jesus with the actual accounts going on. Other figures also score this, despite the fact that their deaths are not related to hills. So, for example, Bellerophon, it, quote, attempted ascent into the sky, unquote. Dionysus, quote, ascends Olympus, unquote. Elijah is magically, quote, brought down fire from heaven to a mountaintop, unquote. And Sigurd passed through a ring of fire on a hilltop. Like, so there's basically, if there is anything to do with just spatial elevation, it basically scores this point, the way that they actually apply it.
All right, I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, so I shut down literally everything except for StreamYards, and let's hope for the best. So I'll tell you just to move the slides, right? So you can move the slides.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So here's the list of the 33 historical ancient Mediterranean Rankraglan heroes that we've discovered. And I have 8 examples. So just let me know how many you want to go through, and we can go through them. So if you're fine,
These are
with,
historical figures, correct? Just to be on the
Yep.
same for everyone.
Every single one of these is agreed by historians with basically unanimous consensus to be historical.
Got it.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go through the first example. So let's start with Alexander the Great. He, as I mentioned, was scored with Carrier, but that was done inconsistently with fictional heroes. So we just redid it. In some cases, it seems also that Carrier scored him based on what actually happened in history and not on what the ancient sources say. But that obviously cannot be applied consistently, because then all the fictional heroes would always just get 0 points, right? Because there isn't anything that they actually did in history. Also, Jesus obviously is only a Rankraglan hero in the Gospels. Like the historical Jesus that's reconstructed by scholars wasn't a Rankraglan hero. So, you have to just also take into account what the sources say, even if it's not historical. So when you score Alexander consistently with how Raglan and Carrier score all the fictional heroes, he actually gets 19 out of 22 points, right? So we can just quickly run through this. So his mother is the Queen of Macedon, Olympias. His father is either the king, Philip II of Macedon, or actually a king of Egypt, because in the Alexander Romans, like, his biological father is a king of Egypt, not Philip. Both of his parents are related, because both of his parents traced their lineage to Zeus. He was conceived by Zeus, according to the sources, so he was considered to be his son. When he is young, his father threatens to kill him. This is even depicted in the Oliver Stone movie, right? Which actually prompts him to flee his father's court and stay away from him, because he's afraid of his life for a time. He's educated by Aristotle. When it comes to tutors and guardians, we only gave this point if the hero was tutored by a known named tutor away from where they otherwise lived. So, for example, we didn't give it to Alcibiades, even though his tutors are known. So we have their names, because he was just educated in Athens, as far as we know, right? But in the case of Alexander, we actually gave the point because Alexander was tutored away from the Macedonian court. And this is, by the way, much more strict than what Raglan and Carrier do when they, for example, score Joseph, because they say that Joseph scores this point just because he was sold to slavery in Egypt when he was 17. So, if he gets the point, then Alexander definitely gets the point. When it comes to number 11, there's actually a number of ways how to why Alexander should get this point, because he's victorious, for example, in athletic competitions. What I like is that he tames the famous horse Bucephalos, who goes with him all the way to India and dies. And one of the cities that Alexander founded was actually named Bucephalia after the horse. And this is really cool because in the sources, him taming the horse is actually deliberately modeled after Heracles, because Heracles gets this point for defeating various monsters. And one of his 12 labors was stealing the man-eating horses of Diomedes. And in the Alexander romance, Bucephalus is actually called a man-eater. So when Alexander tamed him, he basically completed the same labor as Heracles. So again, if Alexander doesn't get this point, then nobody should, right? Like when you have a hero whose narrative is deliberately being modeled after a different rank Lagrange hero on the same point, then you need to give the point. Otherwise, like this whole thing doesn't make any sense. Right? It's supposed to track like mythological patterns, patterns of mythologization. So Alexander also marries multiple princesses. He becomes a king. He reigns peacefully for 30 years. I don't know if you knew this, but actually in the Alexander romance, the conclusion of the story gives this historically inaccurate summary of his reign that says that he reigned peacefully for 30 years. This didn't actually happen, of course. Like Alexander died relatively shortly after he concluded his campaigns. But again, you have to score also what the sources say, not just what happened in history. So we can definitely give him a point for that. Just as a comparison, Jesus gets this point because his peaceful reign is like a week or something, right? Between his anointing and his crucifixion. So yeah. When it comes to the point, of course, he legislates to his subjects. We have a lot of his laws recorded. He's killed by a conspiracy of his subjects. So his subjects turn against him. I also, apart from this, I counted like 13 different instances when his subjects either conspire against him or revolt against him. For example, when he returns from India to Babylonia, he discovers that many different officials or groups of people have defected from him when he was gone. So he needs to go to reconquer or punish them. So again, if Alexander doesn't get this point, nobody should. Like there probably isn't a hero about whom we have so many different instances of his subjects revolting against him documented as we have about Alexander. And then he, of course, is killed. His death is accompanied by divine omens, just like Jesus's. Point number 19 is that he dies in the royal palace in Babylon, which is located on a hill. So that's one of the instances where it's a high place. His children don't succeed him. This is actually a point that Carrier gives him, even though I think this is not correct, because Alexander is immediately succeeded by his son Alexander IV, son of Roxane. And only later, there is a war about his succession. But, if Richard Carrier gives him the point, who am I to argue with that? And of course, he's granted divine honors. So he scores 19 points. So we can move to Caesar Augustus. Next slide.
And
Yep.
I originally scored Caesar on my own, Caesar Augustus, doing research for the Raglan archetype way back before Cam and I even actually started working together on this. Like we have the mother is a noble. She is the niece of Julius Caesar. So very, very noble. The niece of one of the most important people in Roman history. His adopted father was Julius Caesar, so he had royalty for father, and adopted fathers do count. We can show multiple examples of that. Julius Caesar was he was great uncle of Atia. So we have the relation going on. Mother was said to be impregnated by a deity. He was reputed to be the son of Apollo, specifically. The Senate decrees to kill any boy born in the same year. His father dies when he is 4, and his mother remarries the same year. So he had a step parent, a step parent, a foster parent. Almost nothing is known of his childhood, and this is true. We have exceptionally little about his childhood in any of our biographical sources for Augustus. After Julius Caesar's assassination, he goes to his future kingdom, Rome. He defeats numerous enemies throughout his life, including because he's adopted by Julius Caesar, his stepbrother, Caesarion. He marries Claudia, who is, again, of royalty, becomes the first Roman princeps, closes the Temple of Janus, prescribes laws. He is there were rumors that he was poisoned by his wife, Livia. Death was accompanied by divine omens, so there were divine foretellings and signs of his death. There was then a staged apotheosis of him ascending into heaven, and there were even supposed eyewitnesses to the event. And then after death, he is, of course, granted divine honors, and there was also a Temple of Augustus.
I just want to make a comment real quick, Kamil, if that's okay. I'm noticing a trend here with both characters, and I'm hoping the audience is catching it, because we got a super chat we're going to end up getting to at the end. And that is the idea, like, hey, the Antonio, my friend here who super chatted, I might as well bring it up so people can see it. But we should deal with this more later as we get through some more of these people that are historical and how they have modeled these figures in their writings, much like the myths. So we're dealing with historical people that in many ways model, reflect, imitate, act like, whatever kind of word you want to describe, like mythical, non-existent figures and heroes from the Greek and Roman. And then if you're dealing with biblical, you might even deal with biblical antecedents. But I noticed that you did this with Alexander the Great and showed Heracles. So there's overlap between the labors of Heracles, potentially other mythical figures, I imagine, in his life. Caesar Augustus, you just showed us, Chrissy, is modeled after a mythical figure called Apollo. This is the son, correct?
Yep, and very specifically when it comes to Roman emperors, a large model for their lives also becomes both Julius Caesar and Romulus. A lot of their lives are made to mirror Julius's and Romulus's.
So they're meant to mirror historical and non-historical mythical figures. So this is not black and white and so simple that people could just, we should be cautious when we're investigating this, is my point. So far, looking at this, 2 historical figures match all of these numbers in the Raglan kind of trope, also existed, no reason to think they didn't exist here, and yet are modeled after non-existent figures as well as potentially historical figures.
Yeah, and in the case of Caesar Augustus, like there are of course strong similarities to Jesus, right? And it's not important, like it's not difficult to imagine which way the dependency would go if there is like a direct genetic link, right? So the story that's in Suetonius about the decree to kill all the boys. That's very similar to what we have in the Gospel of Matthew. When he goes to Rome for the first time after Caesar's assassination, there is a triumphal entry scene where in one of the sources it describes that there was a divine omen, like a rainbow corona was shining around his head. And that was obviously because there was a prophecy of his future greatness, right? And of course, the Roman emperors were believed to ascend, the ones that were deified were believed to ascend to heaven. That's just a standard divine translation trope that is well documented, and that's like the appropriate category to put Jesus's resurrection in, which is argued by Miller and Litwa and so on. Okay, so let's move on. All right, so Agathocles, who was a ruler in Sicily, so his future greatness was prophesied. He was actually exposed as an infant. So, for example, just like Oedipus or as Romulus, this is one of the instances where we can clearly see the same trope being replicated for a historical person. He was saved by his mother, who took him to his uncle, so he was raised by a foster parent. Otherwise, we know almost nothing about his childhood. He then comes to his future kingdom of Syracuse because he wasn't from Syracuse. Early in his life, he has various military accomplishments. He also defeated his political opponents. He married a princess. He is called a king in the sources, even though he was probably formally titled Strategos Autocrator. He prescribed various laws. His death was framed as a divine punishment, so he actually lost favor with the gods. He was driven from Syracuse twice, actually, which was the city that he ruled. There are multiple accounts of his death, including assassination by a conspiracy. His children don't succeed him, and he wasn't buried because he was actually burned alive. And he scores, I think, 15, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so that's another example who scores pretty high. Another one is, this one. So Pyrrhus of Epirus, who fought with the Romans. So his mother was a queen, his father was a king. We already talked about him being one of the people who were endangered as a child. He was saved from Epirus, and he was raised by Queen of Illyria, so a foster parent. Otherwise, we know almost nothing about his childhood. Then he returns to his future kingdom of Epirus. He kills multiple enemies, even in personal combat. There is a great passage in his biography by Plutarch where you can clearly see that Plutarch modeled this after the descriptions of duels in the Iliad, in Homeric poetry, right? So you have, for example, Paris fighting Menelaus. Here you have Pyrrhus who fights a named enemy general. But he also, for example, killed his one of the rival kings of Epirus. He married royalty multiple times. He became a king. He prescribed laws. His subjects revolted against him. So he was actually driven from throne, and he had to retake it later. And his death was pretty mysterious. This is a funny story because he was campaigning, I think, in Argos, and like a random woman just threw a roof tile at him, and she hit his head, and he died. And this was so like weird and unexpected that there was a rumor that he was actually killed by the goddess Demeter. And people of Argos actually set up a sanctuary or a temple of Demeter on the spot where he died. I wasn't able to find whether he was actually granted divine honors as well, because some of these people, even though they were technical enemies or like they were not moral exemplars, there were sometimes granted honors as well. Like in ancient Greece, this was actually more or less unconnected to like a moral profile. It was more to do with making sure that the heroes don't like come back from the dead and bother people, right? And also his body was not buried because he was cremated. So he scores 16 points. So another one is Ptolemy I Soter, which means savior. just like Jesus, right? He was a general of Alexander the Great who founded the Ptolemaic dynasty in Egypt. So his mother was a noble. His father was probably just a noble, but there were stories later about his actual father being Philip II that were circulated probably to like boost his claim on for the throne. This also means that both of his parents were related to Amyntas III, who was a previous king of Macedon. I think he was Philip's father, if I'm not mistaken. His father, Philip, was actually hailed as a god. He was called the 13th Olympian. Ptolemy was also exposed as an infant, and he was reared by an eagle. So again, this is a trope. This is specifically the trope of infant exposure that's connected with the motif of animals feeding the hero so that they don't die. We see this, for example, with Romulus, who is, of course, nursed by a she-wolf. We see this with Cyrus the Great, who was nursed by a dog, like a she-dog. And we see this here as well. And we are going to see another example, I think, among the cases that I selected. Otherwise,
what we ended up actually finding was when you look at examples of people who get exposed at birth in ancient Greco-Roman sources, there's actually a pretty good chance if you were exposed at birth that you're going to have a life that basically gets you on the Raglan archetype.
Yeah, because multiple different attributes have to do with this specific trope, right? That's why, for example, Oedipus scores it, Romulus scores it, and so on. Yeah, so we are told almost nothing about his childhood. Then he goes to Egypt. He gains various victories as his general, as a general of Alexander. This is described in great length, for example, by Arrian in his biography of Alexander. He marries a princess. He becomes the king of Egypt. He prescribes various laws. Many of them we, of course, have. He faces rebellions. Just pick one. He's driven from multiple cities, for example, in Cyprus. Then he ascends to heaven. He is granted divine honors, just like Jesus. And he scores 15 points. Next, we have Aratus, who was, again, a Greek general and politician. So his biological father was a noble. He was a magistrate in the city of Sicyon. His actual father was reputed to be Asclepius, the god of healing. So he was conceived by Asclepius, and he was reputed to be his son in the sources. We've already mentioned how he was in danger in his young age. He was spirited away to Argos, and he was raised there by foster parents. Otherwise, we know almost nothing about him. He returns to Sicyon. He won various victories in his childhood or in his young age, and he actually drove the previous tyrant from Sicyon. He becomes strategos. He prescribes laws. For example, he draws a new constitution to the Achaeans. He then loses favor with them after he lost an important battle against Sparta. He was driven from Corinth after he lost favor with the Corinthians. They were also members of the Achaean League, so they were counted as his subjects. His death was mysterious because he was assassinated, and the assassination was told to be later avenged by Zeus. He was assassinated by Philip V, who was the one of the last kings of Macedon before the kingdom was taken over by the Romans. His children don't succeed him, and he was granted divine honors in Sicyon. He was specifically called Soter, savior, just like Jesus. Okay, next we have Plato, because just to show that these people are not like all generals and kings and politicians, right? So Plato is also a Raglan hero. So his mother is a noble, his father is also a noble. Both of them traced their lineage to the god Poseidon. His mother through Solon, the famous lawgiver in Athens. His father through Codrus, who was one of the primordial kings of Athens. He was also believed to be conceived by Apollo, so he was reputed to be his son. He was exposed as an infant by his parents, and he was reared by bees. So again, we have the a trope where the infant is exposed and animals take care of him. In this case, it's bees, because bees are very important animals in Greek mythology. So basically, when bees show up, or you see like a beehive somewhere, that's definitely like a divine omen that the gods are involved. There are various examples like Pindar, Hippocrates, and so on. Apart from that, we are again told almost nothing about his childhood. In one account, he's actually born outside Athens, so he comes to Athens. He was an accomplished soldier. So again, like when you have this biography of a great hero, you need to say that he was like a very brave and courageous, and he did well in battles and stuff like that. He founds and becomes the head of the academy. This is how we score him as a ruler. It's important to realize that, again, it doesn't have to be a literal king, right? Because, for example, Moses is not a king. Joseph also is not a king. He literally wrote the laws, right? One of the famous dialogues. He lost favors with some of his subjects. For example, his student Aristotle deserted him and set up his rival school in Athens. He's driven from a city, specifically from Syracuse. His death was accompanied by divine omens, just like Jesus is, and his children don't succeed him as headmasters of the academy. So he scores 16 points. And the last hero that I want to highlight is Cleopatra, Cleopatra the Seventh, but this is one that everyone knows, right? So her mother is a noble, of course, queen. It's not entirely clear who her mother is, but all of the candidates are queens, obviously. Her father is the previous king of Egypt. Parents were related because basically the family tree among the Ptolemies, that was just a straight line, right? Because they all married their siblings pretty much. She was
the only time it's not a straight line is when they married multiple siblings, and then you have multiple straight lines.
Yeah. If you've ever played Crusader Kings, you know exactly like why you should do that. Why that's a good idea to marry your like siblings together. Yeah. So she was reputed to be a daughter of a god because her father was literally titled God and knew Dionysus. She and her father, when she was young, they were forced to flee Egypt because of a revolt. So they stayed for a number of years outside Egypt. They lived in exile. She was raised in Italy and in Asia Minor, so at a distance. But otherwise, we know almost nothing about her childhood. She then returns to Egypt with her father when he's reinstated to the throne. She marries several kings, her brothers. She becomes queen, of course. She prescribes laws, which we have preserved some of them. She was abandoned by her subjects, actually on numerous occasions during her life. But most importantly, various people started abandoning her and defecting to the Romans after her and Mark Antony lost the Battle of Actium. She was at some point also driven from Egypt by her brother, and she had to retake the throne with the help of the Romans. And there are multiple different accounts of her death. Like Cassius Dio, for example, says, no one knows for sure how she died. Cool. So those are just some examples. All of the 33 historical rank Raglan heroes are described in great detail in the article. So you will see a detailed description of why we gave those specific people specific points. And you will also get references to the primary sources so you can go and check, which is, by the way, something that Raglan doesn't do. Like he doesn't actually cite primary sources. So if you want to fact check him, you have to redo his research again, basically.
It's an absolute
so if you can
pain.
move slides. Yeah. It's really wasteful. Yeah. So this is the original reference class. This is the picture that we've already seen. This is what Carrier is basing his calculations on. And then if we move on to the next slide, this is what we have when we put all of the newly identified rank Raglan heroes who actually existed in. So as you can see, there is much more green because all of them existed. So you can see that the proportion of the historical cases versus the fictional cases skews pretty heavily in favor of, Jesus's historicity. And what's really interesting, and now I want to show that we are not complete assholes, right? If you score consistently with how Raglan and Carrier score, you actually discover additional fictional rank Raglan heroes, not just historical ones. And I think these are heroes that Carrier doesn't know about because they are a little bit more obscure and because Raglan didn't score them. For example, if you move to the next slide, one of the new fictional rank Raglan hero that we discovered is Amphion. So there is this twin couple in twin brothers in Greek mythology named Amphion and Zetes. They have two famous scenes in Greek mythology and in art, classical art. One is a punishment of Dirce, who was a queen of Thebes, who mistreated their mother. I think they just tied her to a bull. And the second scene is Amphion, specifically married Niobe. And she's famous because all of her children were killed by Apollo and Artemis because of her hubris. And she later turned into stone. So that's one of the famous, metamorphoses, transformation stories, right? And actually, both Amphion and his brother Zetes are rank Raglan heroes. And Amphion just scores more points than his brother because there are more stories about him. So he scores 18 points. And again, we can go through them if we wanted to. But basically, if you score consistently, you discover more fictional rank Raglan heroes as well. And also, we discovered that Raglan failed to give some of his fictional heroes some points because he scored them inconsistently. So, for example, Pelops should get the point for his parents being related because they both descended from Uranus and Gaia. On his father's side through Zeus, and on his mother's side through Atlas. But Raglan didn't give him the point for some reason, right? That was probably an omission. So we can up score Pelops by at least 1 point. So if you move to the next slide, we can ask the question, why are there so many rank Raglan historical heroes, right? And there is a couple of reasons. So if you move to the next slide, I should probably say that the whole idea is kind of bullshit, right? It basically comes from a period when psychoanalysis was very popular, and various scholars were obsessed with looking for like universal myths and archetypes that were supposed to tell us something about like deep human psychology, about these patterns in thinking and storytelling that are universal and consistent across cultures, just in virtue of people being interrelated and having like the same brain structures and stuff like that, But since then, anthropologists have recognized that yes, there are tropes and yes, there are archetypes, but they are always culturally contingent. So they are only specific to a given culture, and they are disseminated through cultural contact. And this dissemination is of course always accompanied by their transformation, right? So it's not the case that there are like universal myths that show up everywhere around the world. It's just sometimes you see similar tropes and archetypes, either coincidentally or because of cultural contact, So cultures contacted, touched, and stories were exchanged. And if you want to find more examples from other cultures, like Indonesia or Sudan, you can only do that if you stretch the definition or the application of the attributes. And of course, the more you stretch them, the more hits you're going to get randomly, because there are many, many myths and many, many heroes from around the world. So if you are like loose enough and vague enough, you will eventually get some people who will score at least something, right? And then it basically becomes a Bible code. So, when you arrange Hebrew letters on a page in a certain way, it starts giving you like meaningful messages, but this is just apparently meaningful pattern in random data. And it's there because that's actually expected in white noise, right? In like non-meaningful random data. And here it's similar. like if you, there are some actual, like the concept is tracking some actual tropes from Mediterranean antiquity. We've already mentioned, for example, exposed infant fed by animals, but then it's also mixed with other things, and you can only get heroes from diverse cultures if you start stretching these attributes and if you exploit their weakness. So it their vagueness. So it basically becomes like an equivalent of Bible code, right? And another problem, and this is much more serious, if you go to the next slide, and this is something that we've already talked about. This just doesn't track historicity and mythicization, right? Because historical people, of course, were mythologized using the same tropes as the fictional heroes, right? So we've seen divine parents, divine translations, and stuff like that. And also, historical people just score a lot more points without any mythologization going on. Like, for example, if you are a ruler who lives in turbulent times, then you will just start scoring because, you know, there's nothing like supernatural or mythical about a lot of these attributes. So this doesn't actually track historicity. So it's probably not a very good tool to use to like suss out who existed or not, right? And on the next slide, I actually have an example of a person who is not included in the journal articles, because that's one of the people who I discovered is a rank Raglan hero after we already submitted, right? And I want to highlight him because he scores 14 points, so he is a rank Raglan hero, but he scores them just because of mundane things. So there isn't anything supernatural or miraculous told about him. He just is a rank Raglan hero because it's not a very good like indication of fictionality. So this is Sextus Pompeius. He's one of the sons of Pompey the Great, who continued resistance against Caesar Augustus and the triumvirate after the death of Pompey the Great. So, you know, his mother was a noble, his father was Pompey the Great, you know, one of the most influential Roman politicians in the late Republic. The only thing that's kind of like fantastical is that he called himself a son of Neptune. He was endangered as a child, so he was taken by his father to escape danger. He was raised by step-parents. Otherwise, we don't know anything about his childhood. He then goes to Sicily, which he ruled Sicily as a rebel leader during the civil wars. He married a noble. He ruled. He was betrayed multiple times by his subjects, and eventually he was deserted by his army. He was driven from Sicily after his eventual defeat. There are multiple different versions of his death, and his children don't succeed him. So he scores 14 points pretty unambiguously, and he gets to be a rank Raglan hero. So yeah, you don't actually have to be fictional, and you don't have to even be that like magical or like supernatural in order to be included in the list. So
others have applied this to also like more recent folklore heroes as well. So like Abraham Lincoln scores a full 22. Yes, people are going, like Aaron and Adair are going to say, well, that's satire, but the whole point of the satire is that he scores those points. JFK scores 15. There are numerous examples. General Custer scores upwards of 16 to 18, depending on who's scoring him. I've seen two different accounts of that. So yeah, it's just the point that you can just be a mundane person that lived in semi-tumultuous times and then become a Raglan hero just from sheer coincidence.
Yeah. Okay, but it gets even better. So now, if you move the slides, we need to talk about a concept that's called a dramatic date. And this is a concept from narratology, so from like academic studies of narratives. And it's just a concept that tracks what is the period of time when a person is depicted as living, or like an event is depicted as taking place. Right? So for example, the dramatic date of the movie Titanic is the year 1912, right? Because that's when the ship sank. Fictional people and fictional events, of course, have dramatic dates as well. For example, it's the dramatic date of 1984.
hold on one second. Your internet's really, really blotchy right now. Give it just a minute. I want you to be clear here because I think we're getting to another reason why everyone should consider what you're saying. And this is important.
Okay. Is it better now?
Yep.
Is it?
The second one came in bad. Chrissy, you can hear what I'm hearing, right? Oh, you're muted.
Yeah, it's still a bit fuzzy.
Try it now.
I don't know what to do with that.
Try it now. You're sounding good.
Yeah, I don't think I think I be honest.
Yeah, it's coming in pretty bad here at the end.
What I can do is just restart everything and try to rejoin if it to see if it gets better.
Yeah, and what we'll do is we'll recap where we're at together while you do that, so that everyone is tracking. Because I can see. Yeah, go ahead and do that.
Okay.
And
cool.
in the
So
meantime, what I'll do is I'll just have us on the screen.
Sorry about that.
We'll go from there.
What, Derek?
Oh, I was just gonna have you and me on the screen just to kind of rehash a little
Sure.
about where we're at, what we're doing, where the thinking is. So, okay, so you and Kamil have assessed this and noticed that an inconsistency of scoring, and it's not just Dr. Carrier's assessment, but Rank Raglan himself isn't being consistent when scoring some of these things. Ultimately, in the end, Rank Raglan's system of scoring might be useful for certain things, but it's really not going to help us get closer to if someone actually existed or didn't exist. And this is a utilized tool according to On the Historicity.
Well, what we've been finding, it's not necessarily that's not going to get us closer. As we're going to see here in just a little bit, we're going to find another way of actually giving it some more utility here with dramatic date. But what we have seen is that the idea that there are no Raglan heroes is predominantly, it can only be true if there are basically double standards applied.
Okay.
So that there are only mythical Raglan heroes and that Jesus is at best the only exception is only true if we just apply a double standard of basically judiciousness towards our mythical heroes and applying points to them, and then undue skepticism towards all the historical figures. So you see that double standard applied when Carrier, for example, scores Mithridates. But you also see the inconsistencies already apparent when Raglan created the archetype in the first place.
Right.
Those points were never stable to begin with, and there was always a wide range of interpretive freedom allowed in each of those points. To be born of a virgin does not mean to be literally born of someone who was a literal virgin at that point, but it mostly just means that you descend from royalty, the way that Raglan uses it. Right. Or it could also mean that you were born of a virgin. Both of them are applicable. It's not an if. It's not an if or situation. Or situation. The what we're also seeing is that basically we've already to an extent undermined Carrier's own archetype, because we've basically just overwhelmed it now with brute force. But what we're about to see is that there's another added technical point. So we're basically going to argue that we should be applying another point to the Raglan archetype, like a 23rd point, which is going to be our dramatic date.
Okay.
And when that dramatic date comes up, it's going to get really important, because now the Raglan archetype is actually going to become exceptionally useful at that point.
Okay. This is really good. We're right here at the cusp of the precipice here of where we're going. So we have historical figures who should be factored in. Looked like there were more than there were mythical. So this should change numbers in our estimation of prior probability. And I'm not a mathematician in any way, so I can't even assess this, but I already know that it should change that prior probability calculation. Number two, you have historical figures that are modeled after non-historical myths. And so it starts to get messy, because historical figures are modeled after earlier historical figures who've been legendary and mythologized themselves after earlier myths. and they themselves are mythologized after earlier myths, like we talked about Augustus. These are historical people that existed. To go a step further that wasn't mentioned at all, that I felt like is an area that we could explore in its own right, is how many historical figures were deified and worshipped. Okay, we didn't even get into this, but
well, we kind of touched on it with a lot of them are given these divine honors. So like Augustus is given the temple of temple of Augustus, and in fact, like Roman like Caesars being given temples in their honors where they are worshipped as deities is just exceptionally common. That was standard practice.
You could understand why I wanted to say this, because people imagine humans worship gods. If you want to take the skeptical complete route that they don't believe they exist, okay, they're mythical. Even if you don't, even if you do take that you think they exist, you can still grant that the mythical legendary stories and mythical stories about these non-existent characters doing things didn't happen. My point is they're worshiping these people. We have Jesus. He's worshipped. He's claimed to be born. Like all of these attributes and aspects of him that are written in our New Testament. And we're trying to find out whether or not it's more likely this was a dude who got mythologized, or if this was a completely mythical, non-existent person. And the only way we can come to assess that without having his bones, his ossuary, his actual, and that's what they want, which we're not going to ever get for them, as far as I'm aware. We have to assess this based on analogous examples, and then this final point we're about to get to. So I'm following and tracking you, and this is what I've been trying to say for now over a year or two, since becoming more persuaded by the historicist argument.
And one other caveat we noted as well is that a lot of these points are also just fairly generic. Like, you become king, you prescribe rules. Well, of course, if you're king, you're going to prescribe laws. That kind of just comes with the definition of being a king, and stuff like that. Like a lot of these points are just so general that you can score a rather large number of them just by existing. So, for example, becoming a ruler does not even necessarily, mean becoming king of a land. In Plato's case, and Jesus's case, it just means being a really good teacher. So what you end up having, and so like Plato led the academy. I actually, just as a joke for myself, I scored myself on the Raglan archetype because I'm also a genealogy nerd. I do a lot of my own family genealogy, and I can trace my genealogy all the way back to King Henry VII. And because I can trace it to King Henry VII, I can also trace it back down into Old English times and use the Anglo-Saxon chronicles, and I can trace my genealogy all the way back to the god Odin. And I can tell you right now, because of this, my family tree ends up giving me a whole lot of these points, just because after hundreds of years, I happen to just be related to a king and be a descendant of one, and so I can start scoring things all over the place.
Right.
I score a good number of these just by sheer coincidence.
Thank you.
Also, it's also going to depend on how you die, right?
Yeah, exactly. And personally, I plan on going out very, very mysteriously.
Yeah. All right. So back to the dramatic date, right? So just to reiterate, by the way, is it better or?
Yes, much better.
All right, cool. So just to reiterate, dramatic date is just when a person is depicted as living. Well, I should emphasize that it's not the amount of time that elapsed between when the event took place or when the person lived and when the text about the event or the person was written, right? So this is not about like how quickly the mythologization happened or anything like that, or how early the sources are. It's just the absolute date of when the person is depicted as living. So when are these ancient Raglan heroes depicted as living? Well, if you move the slides, when they are depicted as living. So this is the breakdown, right? This is everyone, both Carrier's original Raglan heroes and the new ones that we have discovered. And this is a pattern, okay? That's not a random distribution. So you can very clearly see that all of the people who are fictional, with the exception of Romulus, are all depicted as living in very distant past. It's usually roughly around the Trojan War. Sometimes it's before. So for example, Zeus, if you don't know about it, he was born in 1700 BCE because the Greeks they worked out a chronology of their own myths. So they would be able to give you the exact date when the earth was created and stuff like that, right? So Zeus, I think, if I'm not mistaken, was born in 1700s BCE. Some of them are more recent, but it's important that they are depicted as living in very distant past. The historical rank Raglan heroes that we found, on the other hand, are all depicted as living in much more recent times. And if you actually do if you look at the timeline, you see that the cutoff point is more or less the 10th century BCE, so around the year 1000 BCE, right? So if you are depicted as living before, probably didn't exist. If you are depicted as living after, probably didn't exist. It probably did exist, right? Guess where Jesus is located? He is depicted as living after 10th century BCE, which means, if you move the slides, we can just take this and make it into a new reference class. And that's going to change the probabilities again. So which reference class should we use? Okay, you can move the slides. Yeah, so which reference class is better? So now we have two different reference classes. The first one was used by Carrier, and it has two defining features. The first one is that the hero needs to be from Mediterranean antiquity, and they need to be a rank Raglan hero. And what we are basically doing is that we are adding one additional attribute. And that is that the hero needs to be depicted as living after the 10th century BCE. Any point doesn't matter, right? Jesus also confirms to this reference class. So which one is better? Well, next slide. Ours is better because it's more detailed, right? We are adding an additional defining feature. So according to the principle of greater knowledge or rule of greater knowledge, ours is better. And you can move the slides. We have more members because Carrier only has 14 and we now have 34. Why 34? Well, because we have 33 historical rank Raglan heroes and the one fictional rank Raglan hero who is depicted as living after the 10th century BCE is Romulus, who didn't exist. So if you move the slides, our reference class is better because it has more members. So as I mentioned before, Carrier basically has two criteria of reference class selection, and our updated reference class is better on both because we are getting more detailed, we are getting more similar to Jesus, and we also have more members. But of course, if you move the slides again, yeah, what happens is the situation that I was describing at the beginning, right? So we have two different reference classes, and depending which one you choose, the prior probability is going to be very different. So if you go with Carrier's original one, it's all that's going to give you a very low prior probability of Jesus's existence. But if you go with ours, it's going to give you a very high prior. Because we precisified it, we make it more similar to Jesus. And it just happens to be the case that it's overwhelmingly populated by people who actually existed. And that's basically the gist of the two articles. Now, what we are going to do in the rest of the presentation is basically to go through some objections. So we are going to imagine things that proponents of Jesus Mythicism might say in response, because in the second paper, we include objections and response to them in advance. So if you have objection, just make sure that you go and read these articles, because chances are it's going to be already addressed. So what are the objections? So if you move the slides, yeah. So the first objection is, of course, that we are scoring too loosely, right? That we're basically being too inclusive. And so we are making it too easy for historical people to get included. And I suspect that this is the objection that most Jesus mythicists will probably try to run, because they can't stand that their pure reference class is being polluted by historical members, right? And so they will declare exterminatus on our scoring practices, and they will probably make sure to do anything in their power so that any historical people stay out of their reference class. And they will probably add various clarifications, and they will tweak how the attributes are supposed to be used so that they can keep all historical members out. And there are basically two responses to this, right? The first response is, have you guys even seen how Carrier and Raglan score? If you complain that we are being too loose, but also you accept it with a straight face that Joseph, for example, should be given the point about being raised at the distance just because he was sold to slavery when he was 17, which is what Carrier and Raglan do, then go fuck yourself, right? You know, perge recto in exilium, to quote the classic. So if you want to be strict about how Rank and Raglan are scored, and you want to make sure to exclude any historical ones, you will start basically losing some fictional Rank Raglan heroes as well. As we've already seen, Joseph is certainly out.
Yes, and not only that, but I'm going to also say, if you are going to start complaining that we're scoring things too loosely, then I'm going to say that if we're going to consistently score everything like with a very stringent ruling that you want, that you can read my first article that I did on. It's called Lord Raglan's Hero in Jesus, and it's published in the Journal of Greco-Roman Christianity and Judaism. I argue that basically no account of Jesus will score as a Raglan hero if we were to score it stringently according to the wording.
Yeah, and actually, like, different people have historically gave people gave Jesus wildly different numbers of points, because some people scored him very strictly and some people scored him very loosely, and they also rewarded some of the attributes to make sure that he actually gets a lot of points, right?
But I survey all of the different people who have scored Jesus, and the scores can range as low as 8 to as high as what Carrier does at 20. So the ranges are all over. There is no consistency.
Yeah. And of course, I can imagine that you can probably fine tune all of the ways how the individual attributes are tweaked, so that you retain only fictional members, right? And you might say that that's a good thing, because only fictional people get included, and so the concept actually tracks historicity, right? But you can actually achieve the same result by also taking into account the dramatic date. And if you do that, you get a better reference class because it's more detailed, and you also get more members, right? So if you move to the next slide. Yeah, so this is the same picture as before, right? So basically, I'm saying that if you want to make the Rank Raglan hero concept useful as a indicator of historicity, what you should do is score the way we did, but also take into account the dramatic date, and you just get a better reference class because it's more detailed and it's bigger. And at that point, that's a checkmate, right? Like, if you continue to argue with me, then it's just because you don't like that the updated prior is now favoring Jesus's historicity and not mythicism. Like, I'm sorry. According to Carrier's own criteria, our reference class is the one that we should go with, right? So why don't you object? Like, could it be the case because you don't like the probabilities now? Might be it, right? And the second response, if you move the slides, yeah. The second response is basically, so what, right? Fine, okay. Let's just grant, for the sake of argument, that we are being too inclusive and we are making it too easy for historical people to get included. If that's the case, can you find 33 fictional ancient Mediterranean Rancaglan heroes who are depicted as living after the 10th century BCE, even if you score the same way that we do? And the answer is no, right? So if you move the slide, there are at least 33 historical examples. There are certainly many more, because since we submitted, I've discovered several others, right? Marcus Aurelius is, for example, a Rancaglan hero, very probably. I haven't gone through all the sources, but he also scores. Lucius Verus, his co-ruler, is a Rancaglan hero as well. He actually scores more points than Marcus Aurelius. Okay, so we have at least 33 historical examples. So why don't we have 33 fictional examples, right? Why is it the case that we have so many people in the green box, but we have only one example in the red box? What explains that? At that point, it doesn't matter whether you score very strictly or very inclusively, the pattern is still in the data. And you can only hide the pattern by either ignoring the dramatic date or by shrinking your reference class, because you also have to throw some fictional people out like Joseph, because they can't actually sustain the very strict exclusivistic scoring. So unless and until someone starts coming up with more people that fit inside the box, our conclusions hold, right? So do it the same way we did. Just give me more people in the red box. And I can tell you, I can't promise you much in this crazy world, but I can tell you that there aren't going to be 33, okay? Like, if there were more people like that, I would already know about them because I've checked very, very carefully, okay? And that's the pattern, basically, that we discovered. And that pattern is very, very resistant against how exactly you tweak your interpretation and application of these attributes, okay? And guess where Jesus is? He's not in the red box, right? He's in the green box. So yeah. Next objection, next slide. Someone might say, okay, Zeus is immortal, so he also technically, lived after 10th century BCE. We have evidence that people considered the gods as still being active in human affairs. For example, one satire by Lucian just has Zeus casually taking a walk in Piraeus, in the port of Athens. And that story is, meant to be contemporary with Lucian, because he overhears a conversation between an Epicurean and a Stoic, and he's very amused because the Epicurean is arguing that the gods don't exist. So here we have actually, in the story, we actually have a god listening to basically a conversation between a theist and an atheist. But to this objection, so you can technically say, okay, Zeus should be still included as living after 10th century BCE, just like Jesus, right? But we say in response, in the next slide, that's actually a misinterpretation of how we are applying the dramatic date attribute, because Jesus also was born after 10th century BCE, but Zeus was not, right? So we are just basically taking a look at when the hero is depicting as living as having born and living on earth. A similar objection is next. Someone might say, okay, Jesus pre-existed his incarnation on earth, so technically he also was alive before the 10th century BCE, so we should put him in that bucket, to which we say in the next slide, again, that's a misapplication of how we take the dramatic date attribute, because Jesus was also depicted as being born and living after the 10th century BCE, right? So yeah, sure, the Ophites, for example, thought that the serpent in the garden is Jesus, but that's not how we treat this. And also there are historical Rankraglan heroes who were actually believed to pre-exist their birth as human beings. For example, there are ancient texts that depict Roman emperors as divine beings who are incarnate on earth to accomplish a mission, and they then, after they die, they return to heaven. So they don't become gods. They basically start as divine beings, they descend, and then they die and reascend, basically. I know that M. David Litva argues that this was the case with Moses. So Philo, for example, believed that Moses was a daimones before, or daimon, before he was incarnate as a human being. And then after his death, he was promoted to a full-blown god. Not, Yahweh, but he was Theos. A next objection. Someone might say that Jesus isn't placed anywhere concretely in any time in the earliest sources. So, for example, very famously, Paul doesn't say anything that would be super clear about Jesus being alive on earth in like a specific time period. So he doesn't, for example, mention Pilate. But the objection to that is he's also not a Rankraglan hero in those sources, right? So, for example, Jesus isn't a Rankraglan hero in Paul. And if we use the Gospels for scoring Jesus as a Rankraglan hero, then it makes sense to also use them for the dramatic date. And also, and this is very important as well, any evidential effect of the silence in the earliest sources is already accounted for somewhere else in Carrier's formulas, right? So yes, Jesus is not depicted as living in 30 CE in Paul, but Carrier already took care of that elsewhere, right? Next objection is that Carrier says that, also another thing that I forgot to mention, Carrier even says that there was apparently a disagreement about when Jesus was depicted as living, right? So, for example, he claims that there is a Talmudic tradition according to which Jesus was living under Alexander Janus, Hasmonean king. But 2 points on that. One, this is already accounted for somewhere else in Carrier's calculations. And also all of the various proposed dates for Jesus that are supposedly in the ancient sources, like, for example, him being crucified under Claudius, which is what Irenaeus says. All of those are after, of course, after 10th century BCE. So that doesn't impact what we are saying. Okay. Another objection, and I suspect this is the direction that Richard Carrier is going to move in the future, because there are already signs of him doing this in his more recent published works. He'll basically say that Jesus, on top of being a Rankraglan hero, exhibits many other indications of mythologization as well, right? So he isn't just a Rankraglan hero, but he's also, for example, a dying and rising god. He's a personal savior figure. He's a heavenly founder. He's a miracle worker, and so on, right? So it's not just that Jesus is a Rankraglan hero, it's that also he is very heavily mythicized as well, right? But our answer to that is, on the next slide, that all of that is already included somewhere in Carrier's Bayesian calculations, right? So all of these additional indicators of mythologizations are either accounted for as pieces of evidence or as elements of background knowledge in his Bayesian formulas. So now Richard Carrier can't just change his mind and say, well, actually, the prior should be even lower, without telling us where exactly he made mistakes originally in his book when he put together these formulas, and what new information he has discovered since then, so that he's now revising those numbers, right? So basically, if you think that the prior probability of Jesus' existence should be very low because he's very heavily mythologized, all of that is already in Richard Carrier's numbers, right? Cool. So the last objection. Next slide. Someone might say that Richard Carrier has already accounted for the dramatic date of Jesus, again, somewhere in his Bayesian calculations. To which we say, all right, let's see it. Because in the book, Carrier basically gives two reasons why Jesus is depicted as living in the 1st century. So if you move the slide, we can ask the question, why would Jesus be depicted as living, after 10th century BCE if he didn't exist? Like, what explains that, right? Why is he exceptional? Why isn't he like all of these other fictional Rankraglan heroes who are all depicted in ancient past? Well, Carrier gives two explanations. The first explanation is that basically in the ancient world, if you were a fictional founder, you would be depicted in the ancient sources as living contemporary with the beginning of the institution that you supposedly founded, whether that beginning was historical or fictional, right? So Jesus supposedly founded Christianity, so it makes sense that the sources would depict him as living when Christianity actually started, even on the mythicist hypothesis, which is in the 30s CE. That's the first reason. The second reason, on the next slide, Richard Carrier says that Jesus' crucifixion was read into the prophecy in the book of Daniel. Because the book of Daniel, chapter 9, very famously includes a prophetic timeline of future events that they did in the text using numbers of years, right? Weeks of years. And it can, of course, be interpreted in many different ways, corresponding to different dates and different events. And, ancient Jews had various interpretations, ancient Christians had, right? And most of those Christian interpretations, by the way, don't include Jesus's death at all, right? Modern Christians, of course, have their own interpretations and so on. Next slide. Yeah. So just to remind everyone, Daniel 9:26. In the verse it says in English translation, "And anointed one," which is a translation of the Hebrew Mashiach, "shall be cut off." And interestingly enough, ancient Greek translations, both the Old Greek and Theodosian's translation, change this, basically translate this as charisma, which is not a person, it's the process of anointing. So the translation actually changes the meaning from like a masculine noun to a neuter. And the reason is because these Greek translations are already reinterpretations. Like the translators were basically the first known interpreters of the verse, and they turned Mashiach to charisma because they already had a different idea about what this is supposed to mean, right, than the author of the book of Daniel himself. So the act of translation is already an act of reinterpretation. And this also probably explains to a degree why it took ancient Christians so long to actually read Jesus' crucifixion into this verse, because we don't have it attested in the sources until the turn of the 3rd century, because most early Christian authors were only familiar with Greek translations and were not able to read the original Hebrew. And if you don't know that it's supposed to say Mashiach and you only see charisma, you are less likely to connect it with Jesus. And by the way, Derek, just a question. When you look at the English transliteration of the Hebrew word Mashiach in the square brackets, can you make out the little mark above the letter I that kind of looks like a roof?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So that's called a diacritic. And it's a way to indicate that the word is meant to cover people, all people, regardless of gender or class, right? So this is clearly not referring to a specific individual like Jesus. No, I'm just kidding. That's a joke. And it's a pretty deep cut. But if you know,
Oh, I know it. I know what you're. This is one of the Josh Bowen situations.
Yeah. I'm sure some people in the audience
Josh will get a kick out of it, Cam.
Yeah. So some people in the audience are probably going to be to appreciate this, right? Okay, so these are the reasons that Richard Carrier gives, right? So Carrier says that basically, and by the way, how is Jesus's crucifixions, like, how is this supposed to explain why Jesus was placed in the first century? Well, I'll try to paraphrase Richard Carrier as well as I can. It's a bit complicated, but he basically says something like this, right? Early Christians might have interpreted the timeline of events in Daniel 9 in a way that makes verse 26 land in 30 CE when they themselves lived, okay? And so they became convinced that the celestial Jesus was crucified and raised in the cosmic realm at some point during 30 CE in fulfillment of that prediction, right? So on Carrier's model, actually, early Christians believe in celestial Jesus who got crucified in heaven, but that event, that cosmic event, still had like a specific date in the calendar, right? So at some point, it would have happened like a week ago or a month ago or a year ago, right? Because that was supposed to be prophesied in advance in Daniel, right? And so when gospel writers later euhemerized the story of Jesus, they actually kept the date. They just switched from a celestial Jesus to an early Jesus. But they actually retained the dating of the crucifixion event that was supposedly predicted by Daniel, right? And Carrier even says that there might be a causal connection between this early Christian interpretation of the Danielic timeline that just happened to land in 30s, and early Christians living in 30s coming to believe that the resurrected celestial Jesus is now appearing to them, right? So basically, Carrier is suggesting that the Danielic interpretation like primed the early Christians to be more receptive to the idea that they are now receiving revelation from this celestial being, right? Because they believe that they are living in a period of time that was prophesied for this cosmic event to take place. Okay, so this is what explains why Jesus is depicted as living in the first century, unlike all of these other fictional Rankraglan heroes on mythicism. Okay, but this explanation is just so story. What we need to do now is ask, what are the probabilities? Okay, so in other words, if you move the slide, we need to ask this question. If someone exhibits this founder-foundation alignment, which is the first reason, how likely it is that they existed? And correspondingly, when it comes to Daniel, we need to ask, if someone was read into Daniel 9:26, how likely is it that they existed? Okay, like, is Jesus exceptional or is he typical? And when it comes to the first point, if you move the slides, what we can do very easily, we can just take the Rankraglan heroes, both the fictional ones and the historical ones, and we can filter only the people who were founders, so who founded something, right? Most of them were city founders, for example, Romulus. As you can see, most of them were actually founders of something, right? This is so common that it might as well be another narrative attribute that gets included in the Rankraglan list of attributes, right? Because almost all of these heroes were founders. So some of them, most of them founded cities, but for example, Plato or Aristotle founded philosophy schools. Alcibiades, by the way, founded the baptizers, right? He founded a religious society in Athens that was called Baptai, because they practice dunking in water just like Christians, early Christians, and Christians today. So we can basically only look at the rank raglan heroes who are founders. And if you move to the next slide, you can see that the distribution of their historicity, depending on their dramatic date, is again the same pattern as we've seen before. So again, Jesus, yes, is depicted as living as contemporary with the beginning of the institution that he founded, but he's in the same bucket that's almost exclusively occupied by historical people, right? So when we ask, next slide, if someone exhibits this founder-foundation alignment, and they are from Mediterranean antiquity, they are a rank raglan hero, and they are depicted as living after the 10th century BC, just like Jesus, how likely is it that they existed? And the answer is, on the next slide, very likely, right? So Jesus being depicted as contemporary with the beginning of Christianity doesn't actually help overcome the negative probabilistic effect of the dramatic date. Because even if we take this founder-foundation alignment into account, he is still just in the same bucket as all of these other historical people. So if he didn't exist, he would be an exception. And by definition, exceptions are less probable than typical cases, right?
Repeat that last
And we
sentence.
can do the same thing with the book of next slide.
Can you repeat that last sentence again?
You can actually do this same exercise. Yeah, can you hear me okay now?
The one before, basically, Cam is just saying, by definition, exceptions are always less probable.
That means it'd be less likely Jesus is completely mythical than historical. Yes. Okay.
Okay, and we can do the same. We can do the same thing with Daniel 9. So if you move to the next slide. Yep. Okay. Because this is next slide. The slide one before that. It's number 118.
There we go. Cam?
The list of names. Yeah. People.
Yeah, we're on
into
that
now. Passage by ancient interpreters, and all of them existed. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah. Yep. Keep going.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So just to reiterate, there are at least 6 people who are read into the passage by various Jewish and Christian interpreters, and all of them existed. So we actually have no examples of fictional people who were interpreted with this passage in view. So again, if Jesus didn't exist, he would be exceptional. But if he existed, he's just enough people on this list. And again, exceptional cases are by definition more probable than typical cases. So again, we can ask on the next slide. So we can ask if someone was read into Daniel 9:26, and they are from Mediterranean antiquity, and they are depicted as living after the 10th century, just like Jesus, how likely is it that they existed? And the answer is also, again, going to be on. Yeah. So basically, just to reiterate the counter objection, the fact that Jesus was depicted as living contemporary with the inception of Christianity in the 30s, and the fact that Jesus was read into Daniel 9:26, like these two things do not overcome or compensate or offset the adverse probabilistic effect of the dramatic date, right? If anything, they make Jesus' historicity even more probable, not less. because people with these same properties are almost all historical. Like this pattern basically holds, right? Okay, so we are getting to the final conclusion, and that's what we've probably been all waiting for, right? So we've presented our research. So how do the numbers change? So if you move to the next slide. So again, on the left is Carrier's original reference class, which only has fictional members. And as you can, because they are all fictional, his prior probability estimates are very low. What we've shown is that we can actually improve the reference class, we can make it more detailed, and we can make it bigger. But in virtue of doing that, it is now consisting almost entirely of people who actually existed in history. So what does this do to the probability estimates? Well, if you go to the next slide, for basically every probability estimate, for every category of evidence and the prior and everything, Carrier gives two numbers. The first number is something that he calls a fortiori, which means something like from the position of strength. And this is basically meant to be an estimate that's being maximally charitable to Jesus's historicity without being like outright irrational, right? So Carrier here says, when I give this estimate, I'm being the most favorable to historicity as I can reasonably be. Okay, so this is basically him steel manning historicity as much as possible. The second is called adjudicantori, which is not a real word, by the way. And this is essentially Carrier's best estimate. It's realistic, closer to what I honestly think the probabilities actually are, right? So the realistic estimates are basically not like the most charitable for mythicism, or like maximally uncharitable to historicity. Because, for example, here in this passage, Carrier says that if he wanted to, he could make his estimates weigh even more in favor of mythicism than they already do, right? And he, in fact, says that even his realistic estimates are probably too charitable to historicity. So that's important to keep in mind. So if you move to the next slide, if we are taking and looking at his a fortiori evaluation, so we are basically being maximally charitable to historicity with everything else other than the prior, and we use our updated prior, the probability increases, and that's on the next slide, from Carrier's original 32% to over 99%, right? So given our new research, we are basically over 9,000. Okay, so that's if we are being as charitable to historicity as we can with everything else. So how does the probability changes if we actually go with Carrier's realistic evaluation of everything, right? So if you go to the next slide, so if we use his like realistic evaluation of everything else other than the prior probability, then the final outcome increases from Carrier's 0.008% to 16%. Okay. Yeah. So when it comes to his like honest or realistic estimate, even finding 33 historical ancient Mediterranean Rankraglan heroes is not enough to offset that number and make it more likely than not that Jesus existed, right? And this is because Carrier thinks that the evidence is just so overwhelmingly positively against Jesus's historicity, right? So if you go with his like more charitable estimation, then what we are saying is that Jesus more probably existed than not. And we are actually saying that the probability is like very, very high, right? But if we are going with his realistic or best evaluation of evidence, it's still not good enough, basically. we pump the probability up by a lot, but we are still only at 16%. So what does this mean? Well, this leaves Carrier, I think, very vulnerable to revisions of his treatment of evidence in the future, right? Because Carrier now needs to maintain that the evidence really does positively and very strongly favor Jesus' mythicism over historicity. Because if not, then the historicity in and of itself, just in virtue of the prior, is not that improbable. Meaning, future research can basically get this number up from 16% to even higher, right? And what we should also say is that like his realistic estimate is only 0.008%. That's highlighted in red, right? If you put it in terms of odds, is 1 in 12,501. Okay, that doesn't look very reasonable to me. Okay, like these are the kinds of odds that you get in natural sciences. Like, for example, when my wife was pregnant and we went through various prenatal screenings, like the genetic test results gave us odds of the child having various medical conditions. And it would say, for example, well, this condition, the odds are like 1 in 9,000 that you know the child is actually going to have them. So those are the odds that you see in genetic testing. But, and I'm saying that there are definitely events even in ancient history that are less likely than that, okay? Like for example, if someone says that the Roman Empire never existed, well, the probability of that hypothesis is probably even lower than like 0.008%, okay? But if you say something like that about Jesus's existence, that just sounds a little bit silly, you know? Like when you say, as a Jesus mythicist, that biblical scholars are being too confident about Jesus existing, and that like EHRMAN is being like too dismissive of Jesus mythicism, but then you as a Jesus mythicist yourself turn around and say with a straight face that your confidence that Jesus is a myth is 99.992%. That's just weird, okay? So if you use the Bayes theorem and it gives you a result like this, you should not take it as a reason to be very confident. You should actually take it as a red flag. And you should take it as an indication that you made a mistake somewhere, right? Because reasonably, you shouldn't be this confident about something like that, given, you know, how much evidence was lost from the ancient world and everything like that, you know? And the reason why this number is so low, by the way, is basically because Carrier assumes statistical independence of all of the estimates about individual pieces of evidence, which is like an okay assumption to make because it makes the math much simpler. But it also means that all of the estimates just get multiplied. And that can very quickly become astronomically small. And this is a big problem, especially if you split your evidence into many different buckets and then you treat them independently and just multiply everything, right? So even if all of your estimates in each category are individually only very modest, if you just multiply everything and you have a lot of buckets, it will very quickly become astronomically small. And this is precisely what happened in Carrier's case. And of course, what we are saying now is our own estimate, which is like a fortiori, is over 99%. And that might also seem very high. But in terms of odds, it's actually only about 1 in 150, which is, you know, like 2 orders of magnitude more epistemically modest than Carrier's realistic estimate of 1 in 12,501, okay? And also it's important to say that the reason why Carrier's realistic estimates is so low, again, is his assumption about statistical independence. But our number isn't high because of the same reason. In our case, the number is so high just because the data is so heavily in favor of Jesus' historicity, okay? And the last thing that I want to say, which is on the next slide, is we started noticing that in his more recent publications and in his public debates, Richard Carrier never says that his realistic estimate of Jesus' mythicism is 99.992%. He always says something like, the best chance is 1 in 3. I don't know why he does that. I can imagine it's probably because of optics. Like it makes you seem more reasonable, right? Fine. If Carrier wants to continue to present his most charitable estimate in public, he is, of course, entirely free to do so. But what our research showed is that he should start saying that the best estimate is actually over 99%, because that's what the numbers are now, okay? And before we go into super chats and questions, we should address what are we going to go do next. So what are the next steps, right? So anyone is, of course, free to overturn our results with even more data, just like we updated Carrier's numbers with data. So if you find more people that fit into the red category, it will actually help push the prior probability of Jesus mythicism back up, okay? But how many can you find other than Romulus? I actually calculated how many additional fictional people would have to be in the red category before the prior updates back to Carrier's charitable estimate of 1 in 3, and the number is around 65. I don't know about anyone who is in the red bucket other than Romulus. And if there was someone, I would probably find them by now because I looked at this very closely. So
not only did you do that, I also looked extensively, even as extending into ancient Semitic literature, and I couldn't find anyone else that fits into that category.
Yeah. So you go ahead, dear viewer, and score however however loosely you want, and get back to me when you have 65 people in this red box. Good luck with that. And I'm sure that many people will ask us to debate Richard Carrier. I'm actually more than happy to do that in person as soon as someone finds, let's say, 10 fictional members of the updated reference class, right? So if you find 10 other people that fit into the same category as Romulus, use our precisified wording of the narrative attributes so that you score consistently with us. Get back to me, okay? Because we have 33 historical members now. So if Jesus didn't exist and he's not extremely exceptional, then finding 10 people in the red bucket shouldn't be that hard, right?
And to keep in mind also, the people that have to fit in that red box it has to be their narrative life that fits into that, not that there's some that, it's like Zeus randomly appears to some person down the line somewhere. It has to be that their points that they score on the Raglan archetype were specifically achieved after the 10th century BCE.
Yep. Yeah. So people from Mediterranean antiquity, rank Raglan heroes after 10th century BCE. Get cracking. On like a more serious note, okay? So Richard Carrier is now working on a manuscript of his new book on Jesus mythicism, on the historicity of Jesus 10 years later, basically, because it's this year it's going to be 10 years, I think, since his book came out. And we are actually emailing back and forth with Richard Carrier about that, just about something else, not about this. I'm actually very happy that our 2 articles got accepted before he finished working on the manuscript and before he sent it to the publisher, because now he can take our feedback into consideration, and if he agrees with us, he can rework his numbers accordingly, and if he disagrees, he can criticize us in our book. And of course, if he addresses the 2 articles that we've submitted, that got accepted, and if his book is peer-reviewed, we will, of course, be more than happy to respond to him in future articles. And I'm entirely sure that publications like the Journal of Early Christian History will be more than happy to publish them if they pass peer review. Okay, so it's not the case that like biblical scholars are neglecting this. It's not the case that like peer-reviewed journals don't want to publish on Jesus Mythicism. If you write something interesting on Jesus Mythicism and you submit it to like a completely normal biblical studies journal or ancient history journal, it will pass peer review and get published if it's good. And last but not least, Chrissy and I, we have more research that's currently in peer review in various journals. This is just a list of citations throughout the publication, throughout the deck. So we have more things on Jesus Mythicism that's now being refereed in various journals. It in this case focuses on evaluation of some of the carrier's treatment of some of the pieces of evidence. But I don't actually want to say more about this now because it's not yet accepted. So we don't want to publicize it and run the risk of compromising double blindness of the peer review process. But as soon as it gets accepted, which will hopefully be anytime now, we'll publicize it. And if we manage to get it accepted before Richard Carrier submits his manuscript, he can address it in the book as well.
And what I would also like to point out is that you're going to also see, like in my publication record and things coming up, that I'm not going to just be dogging on mythicism. What's ultimately also going to come down to is I agree with mythicists far more than I disagree with them. I disagree with them essentially on how they interpret Paul and did Jesus exist. When it comes to all sorts of other things, like the fact that the Gospels are probably all, like their contents are largely, if not entirely mythological, I pretty much agree. When it comes to like the extra biblical references to Jesus being basically useless for establishing historicity, I would agree. Like all the references to Jesus in Josephus being inauthentic, I agree, and I have articles in submission on this as well currently. So it's not the case that I'm just going out here to just make sure that everything mythicists say is wrong. I agree with them far more than I disagree with them in the end. It's just that where we fall here is basically the point of main disagreement. We don't think that their calculations are going to add up anymore because of our new reference class that we have assembled and the data that we have assembled together. And there are going to be just a few things that we just do not agree with interpretively.
And I actually suspect it's interesting how like the trajectory of biblical studies is developing, right? Because a lot of people say, well, in like 20 or 30 years, Jesus mythicism is going to be accepted just like mythicism over, like Moses and Solomon and stuff like that. But interestingly enough, like what Richard Carrier says in his book is that he doesn't need to be very radical when it gets to his other positions. He can basically just show that Jesus didn't exist with all of the other positions that like mainstream critical scholars take, right? So he, for example, doesn't have to date the Gospels very, very late. He doesn't have to argue for mythicism of Paul or something like that, right? Well, I mean, he says that, but then he, on numerous occasions, actually argues for positions that are not mainstream. But, that's the framing, right? He basically says, I can get you a mythical Jesus even if I'm a mainstream with all of my premises, basically. And if you look at how biblical scholars has been developing in the last 10 years, what you actually see is that critical biblical scholars are are becoming more and more radical on some things, but they still stay historicists, right? So it's almost like the opposite of the pattern that was being imagined. Like, for example, more and more people now start saying that Luke and Acts are from the 2nd century. which is something that Richard Carrier doesn't say. But these same scholars, even though they are becoming more and more radical, are not also becoming convinced of Jesus mythicism, right? So what I predict is actually going to happen in the next 20 or 30 years is that, like, a lot of mainstream scholars are going to move towards very radical positions on a number of things, like Marcionite priority, probably, rejection of or interesting solutions, let's say, to the synoptic problem, right? But they will still think that Jesus probably existed, right? Because it's not inherently that improbable, Jew live, Jew die, not extraordinary, But if you actually look at Jesus mythicism, and specifically Richard Carrier's model, which he says is the only viable model that doesn't have only a negligible probability of being true, and I believe him, that's actually pretty convoluted, Yeah. Questions?
Go ahead. You can bring your video back up. People were asking about it, and he's not hiding himself. He's trying to keep his internet. But you're more than worth it now because you were sharing the screen and stuff. I think it'll be cool to have you visually interacting here. Okay. A couple things I thought about, and then we can get to some of these super chats. And I'm sure you feel the same way about some of this as you've been exploring deeply. And that is non-rank Raglan deities. And I was just looking up a few in the top of my head because recently I was reading an article where there was an overlap between Mithra and someone mentioned something about early Christianity. And I was just like, hold on, let me stop my share screen real quick here. I didn't even know what the date might be or like what to think about it. So I pulled up the, God Mithra and was like, okay, kept seeing stuff for like 400, 500 BCE. And I was like, hold on, what? And then realizing, oh no, hold on. Mithra, the god of light in ancient Indo-European mythology, 1400 BCE. And then I was like, okay, what about Attis? Oh crap, 1250 BCE. So like every time you start looking at a deity, even a non-rank Raglan one, you're going to find this dating thing you're talking about starts anchoring them way back before the 10th century. You might find an example of non-rank Raglan gods that come after that, but the like major head honcho ones, you're going to find them that go way, way back.
Well, and those dates you're looking at aren't even dates for their narratives specifically, but dates for when they're like earliest attested in our sources. So like you'll find things like the deity Mithra first starts appearing, under like Artaxerxes and stuff like that. But what you're not going to find is the narrative of his life set in 500 BCE. We don't see that. And that's the really important part. Like there's tons of deities that we only have like cursory attestation of. The only other one I could think might potentially fall into this, depending on how many sources we can gather on him, might be Zalmoxis. Because he's said to be a student of Pythagoras, but I don't think he'll actually end up being a Raglan hero. I don't think he qualifies enough of the points.
Actually, I think like the taking into account the dramatic date or when the person is depicted as living is pretty powerful, and then it almost doesn't matter like whether you swap being a Raglan hero with a different thing. For example, Miller in his book on divine translation, right? Yeah. He has this huge list in the middle of the book where he goes through a lot of these divine translation cases in Mediterranean antiquity, and that's a pretty long list, right? He has definitely many more examples than there are Raglan heroes, right? And I've been actually collecting a list for myself. And just because I'm reading through ancient sources all the time, I just have like dozens and dozens more, like people who are depicted as undergoing divine translation. So they are, for example, changed into deities, they become heroes and stuff like that. And if you, again, break it down by when they are depicted as living, you actually do get some outliers. Specifically, there are some more recent ones. But it's like the pattern is still there, right? If the person is depicted as living in very distant past, like pre-archaic period, Greek pre-archaic period, fictional. If they are depicted as living more recently, Simon Magus supposedly claimed about himself that he was a god, right? Existed. Yeah.
Yeah. I thought about
Pretty
that.
powerful stuff.
Yeah, and this is a long, breakdown. That no matter what, when someone's mind is like made up and they need Jesus's foot or foreskin in order to know that he actually existed, because they're so skeptical and not weighing out the probability here, I feel like they're missing the point of what's being presented. None of you are coming up saying, here's Jesus, proof. This is really like based on how, because it's not great evidence in terms of Jesus existing. Like we could go
the
to
positive evidence that Jesus existed is very poor,
very poor, and we're all on the same boat here. But why do we think there was probably a guy? Well, if you listen to what was said today, then you'd understand like why that makes the most sense. And
you can just look at the data. The data tells a story.
Right. I do want to have, before we get to Q&A, I do want to have Richard Carrier, if he has anything together. I would love just to get all the people who are antagonistic to him, because let's be honest, things haven't been always, just clean and simple. It's always been dramatic online against him and for him. Is what I'd love to see is some shifting take place based on this. That would be awesome, because it would show people like, hey, people are willing to change their minds, even people who've been pretty confident about arguments they've been making. And what I notice is when I talk to Dr. Carrier and we hang out in person, he's not like a lot of the people online, dogmatic and resistant. He literally is like, oh yeah, Jesus, that makes sense actually for historical Jesus. If you take this and this, then that makes sense. Like he'll go with me on that and be willing to totally like go into the historical Jesus thinking. He's not resistant to me. He's not like a lot of people who are resistant in the comment section. It reminds me of when that jab I was telling you before we hit the live stream, that you travel land and sea to make one convert that turns into twice the devil of you, or some like jab. There are a lot more dogmatic people who listen to Carrier, who are persuaded by mythicism online, than I think Carrier himself is. And I wish they at least met that level of behavior and sense of not being as dogmatic. But it's really become so, this topic is so divisive over whether or not a guy existed, and we should be a little bit more, I don't know what the best word would be, a little bit less extreme about it. I don't know.
We should, scholarship should always be open to various possibilities, especially when we're dealing with something like Jesus, where there's a startling lack of very reliable information. We should be open to the possibility that he didn't exist. This is just fundamentally a standard question that's going to be asked of numerous figures throughout historical inquiry. It is a question that has been asked of Apollonius of Tyana and answered in the positive. It's a question that has been asked of Pythagoras. It is a question that has been asked of numerous different and figures of antiquity, and we should always be open to the possibility that it's the case that these figures didn't exist or did exist, and not be dogmatic about the conclusions or where that data leads. It's an unfortunate consequence of New Testament studies that is so infatuated specifically with Christian religion that you can get things like Mike Lacona writing an article on why miracles existed in the Journal of the Historical, for the study of the historical Jesus. That would be unacceptable in any field of classics. If I wrote an article arguing that Apollonius of Tyana actually performed the miracles ascribed to him and sent that to like the Journal of Roman Studies, I would be laughed out of my credibility.
Right. And I think that mythicist ideas should be at least there in the engagement, in the discussion, unlike, pretending we need to take this stuff literally historically. So, all right, Q&A. We got 18 here. We've already addressed some, but we're going back to the fourth and working down. So my buddy Antonio, he's got a big YouTube channel in Brazil, so they speak Portuguese, and I've actually gone on and had discussions. Says, do the sources we have speak of a historical Jesus or a mythological Jesus? What's the source of the historical Jesus? Any that are that aren't linked to the myth?
I think that the disjunction going on here, the or, is not necessarily a good one to have. As we've shown, historical figures are quite often also mythologized, to the extent that in the ancient world, there is not a clear distinction between history and myth. Those things are intertwined and are part of just standard life. So it is just it is part of the biography of Augustus, that he is the son of a deity. It is part of the biography that there were divine portents of his death. This is just how it kind of functioned in the ancient world. So there's not necessarily to say a source that is historical in the way that we think of history today, or mythological on just all the way through necessarily. Is that we're probably dealing with sources that are intertwined no matter what we deal with. Like, even when you go to historical chronicles like Josephus claims that he saw exorcisms with his own eyes, that he saw demons cast out. The chronologer of Alexander the Great's campaigns said that he saw the ocean recede before Alexander in reverence. Like all these different miracle claims with claims of eyewitnesses, they're reported everywhere. Right. Tacitus says that there were eyewitnesses that could confirm the truth of Vespasian healing the maimed and the disabled. This is just how ancient antiquity worked. We don't have sources that completely distinguish those two as categories the way we do today. So I'm just going to say that there is no source of this description that has existed anywhere in antiquity for anyone.
I feel like because there's so much legend and miracle and this and that what I think my friend Antonio would be satisfied, and wouldn't we all, to find like a pamphlet or like an epistle or like a gospel that was not like highly legendary, and it just had like, all right, here's Jesus, got in an argument with his mom on Wednesday, his dad punched him in the mouth, he ran away for a long time, he came back, like, and it doesn't have like a Thomas Jefferson version of the gospel. That's what they want, and then that would make them feel like, oh, okay, we have something that's not polluted with legend and miracle and all these things. And because they're finding that, or even if you get to Paul, you already have him seated at the right hand, you have all that kind of stuff happening. So then they're like, we can't accept that there was probably a guy behind this mythology or theology, however you want to call it. I get the frustration, but this makes them probably want to remain mythicist in their minds.
And honestly, that's just up to their prerogative to do so. But the way that historians do history is just common knowledge. This is the unfortunate state of all of our sources. It would be nice if ancient people wrote and conceptualized history the way that we as modern people conceptualize history. But it's just the case that they didn't. They thought that Romulus was just as historical as Augustus. So this is the situation that we're stuck in. There is no case where we can just create that delineation. And this is specifically why I don't think that a quest for the historical Jesus should even exist. Right. I don't think that our sources actually can be used, especially our sources for Jesus, which are so heavily mythologized, and we have so little concrete stuff that we can point to behind them. It's not like the biography of Augustus, where not only do we have several independent sources for Augustus, but we also have like coins, archaeological sites, paintings and murals, and other a mausoleum. Like, we have all of these different things that we can also point to concretely from the life of Augustus, and actually begin centering our literary data around and parse things. We don't have any of that for Jesus. And so I don't think that we should be even looking to try and do that parsing, because it's kind of a waste of time. Same thing with like Socrates. Scholars of Socrates are not spending all of their time trying to figure out what he actually taught and what we can dig out of Plato as being authentic Socrates tradition. In fact, the Cambridge Companion to Socrates describes it as an actual waste of time. I'm not even being hyperbolic.
Yeah, and with Socrates, you actually have two like first-hand accounts by people who knew him, right, in person. So
and we can't even trust those are all reliable either, because half of those come from people that hated him.
Yeah. I just wanted to say real quick. So one thing that someone might also say is, well, for all of your historical Rankraglan heroes that you identified were like famous people, so we have amazing evidence for them. Oh, but the disconnect is that we don't have that for Jesus, right? So yes, okay, Caesar Augustus is a Rankraglan hero, but we have his own writings, we have statues, buildings, coins, and stuff like that. But we don't have that for Jesus. But in response to that, I just want to say, like what we have been presenting today is just about the question of prior probability. You then, of course, then have to look at the evidence. And it's just the case that if your hypothesis is not a very extraordinary claim, then you don't need that much evidence to think that it's probably true, right? Like for my PhD project, I'm not actually working on Jesus stuff. I'm working on a topic that has to do with Greek and Roman historiography. And because of that topic, I need to dig really deep into that genre, and I need to read information that we have preserved about Greek and Roman historians whose writings did not survive. And actually, if you look into it, there's a lot of them. There is about 1,000 Greek historians that we know of, that we know by name, that we know existed at some point, but we don't have their writings. In some cases, we have fragments, but in other cases, we have like one word. Like literally for some people, we only have like one word because they, for example, used some unusual vocabulary that was cited by a grammarian at some point, and that's it, right? For Romans, it's even worse. I think we have less than 100. But the point is that if you just look at the reference class of Greek and Roman historians, you'll see that for a lot of them, we have really good evidence that they existed. For example, because we have their writings. In some cases, we have their tombstones with inscriptions of their name and stuff. But then for some of them, we have like terrible evidence. So there is a number of people actually who are like the first source that mentions them is Suda, which is a Byzantine encyclopedia from the 10th century. So they are first mentioned in the surviving sources literally hundreds and hundreds of years after they lived. Like compared to those people, the evidence for Jesus is actually pretty good, right? So how is it possible that modern historians don't doubt that these people existed, even though the evidence for their existence is so poor? Well, that's because there's nothing super extraordinary about being a Greek or Roman historian, right? So if you see someone like that being described in the sources, well, there's no reason to doubt that he existed. Even if the earliest account of his life or the earliest mention of his existence in our sources comes centuries and centuries after they lived, right? And that's the point. Like, what we are saying is that the hypothesis of Jesus' existence is not very extraordinary. Jew lived, Jew die. So, and we have a lot of people that are like similar to Jesus who we can establish existed because we have really good evidence. So you just don't need that much positive evidence to conclude that Jesus probably also existed. Right? That's the point.
It's just a very mundane claim. You don't need very much evidence that a person existed. That is one of the most mundane things ever.
That's how I feel about it. And it becomes tense online when you start talking about mundane guy. It becomes Where's that evidence of that mundane guy? And so anyway, next one is Apollos, and I'm going to use the restroom on this one if you don't mind talking until I get right back. Says, and thank you for the super chat. My intuition also says that 12-point reference class is treated too binary, 100% or 0% relevance, as opposed to a gradient. What about 11-point heroes? Should be slightly relevant at least. Love the research.
Yeah, so there is actually quite a lot of people that I found that score like 10 or 11 points. Like Cicero, for example, scores 11. Cleon, an Athenian politician, also scores 11. Like what you could do as a research project, but that would be pretty actually massive, would be just to score everyone or as many people as possible. Maybe we can train an AI to do that, go through the ancient sources and score people. Maybe it could do it even better than like actual scholars, and just look at how strong of a predictor the number of points is of historicity, And what I suspect you are probably what I'm suspecting you are probably going to find is, even if you lower the bar to say 11 or 10, you are still going to see this strong correspondence between whether the person in question existed or not, and whether when they are depicted as living, right? Because even if you lower it, if you lower the threshold, then all the people, or a lot of the people, probably most of the people that are depicted as living after the 10th century BCE are going to be historical. So yeah.
I'm back.
Yep.
Thank you.
Another point I want to also make is also on this is that that the cutoff, we didn't discuss this in the presentation, but the cutoff of 12 points is more or less just Carrier's whim. There have been other cutoffs that have been suggested. In fact, Raglan suggested that anyone who scores higher than 6 or 7, quote, was probably not historical. So, in fact, actually, if we took Raglan's cutoff, our list would be so much larger.
Yeah, it would be hundreds of people, probably,
Yes.
Like a lot of the Seleucids and Ptolemies and all these like Hellenistic monarchs would score high because, their families were noble, they were intermarried, they were rulers and stuff like that. Yeah.
Imnag in the house. I had 5 years of mental gymnastics trying to still justify my belief in Christ. My conclusion is only blind belief is the answer, and I'm no longer blind.
Cool.
So I think this is just a statement of faith type thing.
Yeah, I'm kind of happy I didn't have to go through that myself.
Yeah, I did have to go through it, so I relate to Imnag on this.
Yeah.
Okay, searching deeper, shocking. Never trust scholars, fudging data. Never trust scholars.
Is he talking about us or about Richard Skiri?
Honestly, I don't know, but I do see a constant distrust of academics online that is out there, and I'm not saying to not trust people. I'm not saying to trust people. Consider the research that's being brought up and dive in, look at it, and then compare it to other scholarship. Compare it and reason your way to conclusions based on the evidence the best you can. Of course, there's tools and methods involved and all sorts of stuff, but I don't know what the context of this super chat is, to be honest. All right, moving on. Michael Beverly, thank you so much for the super chat. Seems all this shows real people can be mythologized. So we're full circle. What about Jesus is historical? That he had a mommy, crapped his diaper, grew up and ate bread and fish. What? And so what?
So my biography of Jesus is basically like 4 bullet points. He was born probably in ancient Rome and Palestine. He had a brother named James, maybe other brothers. He had some followers and gave them teachings, and for some reason was executed, probably by Pilate. Pilate is basically the only thing I cannot specifically figure out why Christians would invent. Why him specifically, and then why they go out of their way to try and exempt him from having done that. That's basically the only thing I in the biographies, like in the Gospels, I could not argue against being historical, really.
Yeah.
So that's basically my biography of Jesus in a nutshell.
Yeah, I can probably think of some reasons why like Pilate would be invented, right? Or like why crucifixion under Pilate would be invented. And actually, like in history of Jesus mythicism, there have been some suggestions as to why exactly Pilate. Like one thing to consider is that if you look at the tenures of Roman governors in Palestine, like most of them tend to be pretty short, because they either died or they got replaced pretty quickly, right? But actually, Pilate had exceptional long tenure. He was a governor in the area for 10 years. So just like when you are thinking about where to put a historical Jesus, you might want to put him under the person who was in the office the longest, because that like covers your ass. You know, you have the highest chance of like conforming basically to actual history. But yeah,
but why would they choose Pilate over, say, like one of the ethnarchs, like Herod or Antipas or something like that, who also had pretty long reigns?
Yeah, that's another thing, and it seems that there was a tradition that Jesus was brought before a king. That's why, for example, you have him brought to one of the Herods in the Gospel of Luke, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
But it seems like when you actually look at, for example, Justin, who mentions something similar, he deviates from the wording from the Gospels. So some scholars in the past have hypothesized that there was a tradition about Jesus being brought before a king, and that might be like a historical detail that was actually mined out of the Hebrew Bible. Like that, there was this image of the prophet being brought before the secular authorities who question them or punish them or something like that, right? But anyway, yeah, I'm definitely a Jesus minimalist as well. So I also don't think that we can know anything above what Chrissy said with any degree of certainty as well. I think that like probably there is probably like 20% of sayings and maybe 10% of the events that are depicted in the canonical gospels that are historical, but I have absolutely no idea how to identify them, right? Like I think it's like a normal distribution. The probability that everything was invented is vanishingly small. The probability that everything happened exactly as it's related is astronomically small, you know, because you have like people casting demons into pigs and stuff like that. So probably like some percentage of the material goes back to actual people and events, but identifying which is basically impossible to reconstruct. And that's not my problem. Like that's because of early Christians, right? Like they messed the data up so badly that we can't disentangle that, you know. So not my problem. Sorry, not sorry.
And as per like the so what, and this is basically like a point that I am making in a book chapter that I was invited to write. Hopefully it'll be coming out in the next few years or so. The so what is basically that a guy existed. It doesn't really matter. I don't think that you explain or should explain the emergence of social movements on the basis of great individuals or single individuals anyways. So it's essentially just historical curiosity. And that's like the biggest problem with the mythicist debate and why it gathers so little attention anyways, is that there are very few actual ramifications of whether or not Jesus existed. No one believes in the like Christians don't believe in the historical Jesus, whoever he might be. They believe in a theological concocted version of Jesus that has been slowly developed over 2,000 years. They do not and have never believed in whoever it was that lies behind the Gospels and his historical events that of his life.
Just one point to everything you just said, because this is the so what for me, right? I went from a fundamentalist to believe this was God in the flesh. Everything written about it happened. The Bible's inerrant, infallible. This is true. My bubble, anything that intruded that popped it. Well, I went full on D.M. Murdoch, Robert Price, mythicist, that he existed and everything about it was true, to hold on. These are all just made up stories and everything was fiction. It's all made up. It's astrotheology. It's this, it's that. Everything had to be mythical, everything. Then you start backpedaling and realizing, man, actually, this stuff's messier than I thought. So the so what to me is, in my view, right, since I always critique where I came from, you'll see me do often anti-apologetic materials. You get this kind of like mythicism is weaponized to kind of go, your mythical Christ never existed. This all didn't happen. To, well, if there was a guy, you'll even see it in the rhetoric sometimes on more devout mythicists online, where they come at you like, if you grant there was a guy, he might have walked on water. He might have put these pigs, the demons into pigs. He might have rose from the dead. Like, you're giving those fundamentalists a little leg to stand on. Well, one of the things I tend to personally think, at least the concept, what actually was said, I don't know, but a apocalyptic figure, that I think is factored in to a likelihood that Jesus was apocalyptic. I'm more on the side of thinking there's something to this. And anyone knows about apocalyptic movements, they fail, they recalculate, they reinterpret, and cognitive dissonance. And I see that all throughout the New Testament. So it's just another tool when I'm engaging those who want to act like this should dictate what women do with their bodies or how the world should work. I'm using this and trying to be as factual with the data as possible. And I'm persuaded, like history nerd, I want to be as close to the truth. I've always been a truth seeker. And if I think that it's likely there was a guy, I might even die on the hill of arguing why I think that's the case a little. But does it really matter in the long scheme? No. It doesn't change.
Where I'm at also, like, I don't really care to debate whether or not Christianity is true. As a pagan, I don't really care. It's pretty irrelevant to me. But if I were to be really invested in that, I think that the historical Jesus is far more damaging to Christianity, because you look at just how mythologized all Christian texts are at that point. But because historically what I have shown is that believing Jesus didn't exist doesn't usually or necessarily change people from being Christians. I actually have an entire paper on this subject of Christians, especially even pastors, who think that Jesus never existed and are still devout Christians. One of the most notable ones, and the first one of the 21st century to get a peer-reviewed book through and published on why Jesus didn't exist, was Thomas L. Brody, who is a Catholic priest, and the entire end of his book is devoted to why he is still a devout Catholic and how he still believes in God, despite the fact that he thinks Jesus didn't exist. And I actually think he has one of the best cases for why Jesus didn't exist. I actually like his work better than I like Carrier's. But it's just the case that thinking that Jesus didn't exist is not going to equate to disavowing Christianity. The historical Jesus is far more damaging because it automatically implies the untruthfulness of the Gospels. If you believe in a mythical Jesus, having mythical literature doesn't mean anything.
And
as a pagan who believes in celestial deities like Odin and stuff like that, it doesn't matter to me whether the Saga of the Volsungs is historical. It's not. That's not why I have texts that I take as spiritually authoritative. I don't take them. I don't think history is just not historicality, I should say, is not necessary there.
Yeah, and also to be fair, Richard Carrier has repeatedly said and written about how he thinks like non-Christians shouldn't argue about, like they shouldn't push Jesus mythicism as a counter-apologetic, basically. Like he says that's not productive, because it's a complicated case and stuff like that. And when he debates like the resurrection or something like that, he just grants that Jesus existed for the sake of argument, right? Because that's a whole thing to unpack to someone. So let's move on.
Thank you. Hunter Biden's laptops. Thank you so much, Jay. Can Chrissy explain the significance of the timing of manuscripts? Is there a cutoff to when being a, quote, later tradition, end quote, means it shouldn't count?
Dr. Carrier has talked a little bit about this in some of his posts about like when traditions shouldn't count. So we don't. We try to exclude most accounts that are going to happen after Christianity becomes like a dominant religion, because, as Carrier argues, this is at a point where then people are responding to and being influenced by Christianity, so it can actually mess with the data. So let's say that's why, for example, we don't include modern figures who are also Raglan heroes like Abraham Lincoln or JFK, because at this point, Christianity has so influxed culture that kind of narrative trope has become standard. So now it doesn't necessarily actually tell us about the efficacy of that trope and its application to Jesus. So we try to look at figures whose traditions seem as most independent as possible, which means that we're trying to look as early as possible. Manuscripts is a different question. We can date most manuscripts of the texts we have are, including the New Testament, the vast majority of all of them are medieval and later. The case, though, is that we can make pretty good arguments for dating the texts and their composition much earlier. So we more try to look at not at the timing of the manuscripts, but at the composition of the texts themselves. And we try basically to my personal cutoff for when I was looking at sources for the most part was trying to make sure I was cutting off sources from basically after the time of Constantine. If it comes after Constantine, at which point Christianity has become basically the dominant religious force in the Roman Empire, then I'm just not going to bother with those sources as much.
Yeah, I just want to say it's actually interesting because, and this is something that I also noted in one of the papers, if you look at the primary sources that give you this historical Raglan scoring, a lot of them are actually roughly contemporary with Christianity, with the writing of the New Testament, right? So they are probably reflecting some of the tropes and patterns that were present in the Mediterranean culture at the time. Like Plutarch is basically contemporary with the gospel writers. Suetonius is a little bit later. There are some people who, like some sources that are earlier, some sources that are a little bit later. But in the case of the sources that are later, there's basically zero chance that they are influenced by Christianity, except maybe with the exception of Flavius Philostratus, who wrote the biography of Apollonius, because there has been a hypothesis that Apollonius was deliberately modeled to mirror Jesus, that he was like a pagan response to Christianity. I'm actually pretty sympathetic to that idea, because if you read the biography very carefully, you start seeing things that are showing up in the Gospels, and like it's very difficult to argue that this is just a coincidence, right? Or like a cultural, parallelism or something like that. I think with one point, I relied on Suda, which is, as I mentioned, like a early medieval Byzantine encyclopedia. So I think in one case we have there some points that were given based on that, but not based on actual ancient sources. But I think in that case it's justifiable because Suda was basically just rewritten, like rewriting and synthesis of sources that come from antiquity anyway. And in that particular instance, there is basically no chance that that account isn't coming from like a lost ancient source, and no chance that it was actually invented like by Christian monks in the Middle Ages or something like that.
Right, like the one time we cite the Sutta is Lambda 25 Alien Fragment 285, and it's specifically citing Alien, who is an ancient Greco-Roman author.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I know. Oh, okay.
Well, we
Yeah.
got so many. I didn't want to because by the time we get to the end, if we're doing it this slow, we'll have 18 more, and you'll never get to sleep, Kamil. What time is it where you're at?
Midnight.
You want to stay up
fun.
till 4 a.m.? I'm just kidding.
Sure.
Antonio's back again. Thanks again for the super chat, my friend. If you're interested in listening to stuff from Brazil and Portuguese, go down there. Sometimes he'll have like an interpreter too. But these historical figures have sources that are not linked to any myth. So there's an example in Caesar Augustus. You could find mundane literature that seems to not be so mythical, like the birth narratives we find in his writing. So in other words, sources about normal and non-normal individuals. Does Jesus have a source that talks about him being with him without being linked to myth? And I want to add to that question in this too. Are there other figures like Jesus that we think existed, Apollonia Satana, who don't have all this mundane historical data like he's picturing here?
Well, I mean, I would, if you actually think that this is the case, that there are all these figures that we listed are ones that are not linked to any myth, I have to ask which ones, because it is definitely not the case that Pythagoras is not linked to any myth in our sources. Every single source I can find that contains a narrative life of Pythagoras includes all sorts of just insane things about him, like that he traveled to Hades, that he was the son of Apollo, and a bunch of other stuff like this. Like all of his biographies are like this. The references to him in things like Herodotus link him to clearly legendary figures like Zalmoxis. This is just standard. I would like to see the evidence for that with like Plato. The biographical sources for Plato list all sorts of divine and mythical things about him. In fact, we just recently and also just wild stories about about the moments before he died. So like we just recently uncovered at the Heracleum in Pompeii, from one of the scrolls that we were able to digitize, an account of how Plato died, and apparently he was just correcting everyone on their musical abilities right up to the moment he drew his last breath. It's kind of absurd. This is how ancient people wrote. Our main biographies of Augustus Caesar, from people like Suetonius, or the accounts of Augustus in Cassius Dio, all record him doing magical things. When he dies, they grant him the divine honors, and he's witnessed ascending to the heavens because of the grace of Jove. Like, this is just what happened. I want to know what these sources are that you're talking about that do not talk about these figures in non-mythical ways.
Right, because technically, using the same logic you're talking about, we could go through the Gospels and find mundane material that doesn't do the magical stuff, and one could then draw maybe there's something historical here, but we can't prove it. Like
the Sermon on the Mount.
This is what people did in like 19th century, right? They basically just rewrote the Gospels. They took away all the like magical stuff, and they thought that they were constructing the historical Jesus. You can do that. There's surprisingly like a lot of material if you remove all of the exorcisms and stuff like that, you know?
It's actually a fun little just factoid. The term mythicist was coined to describe those people that demythologize the Gospels. So it was used as a polemic against David Friedrich Strauss, who is in the whole quest, three Jesus quest model of historiography. He's considered the person who started the first quest for the historical Jesus. That's where the term mythicist originates, is to describe historicists, actually.
Yeah.
Wow. You're trying to figure out what really happened, huh?
Yeah, so you can put me on the list of scholars who endorse Jesus mythicism only with the caveat that I'm using the original definition.
Yeah. So it's like, I fundamentally like, no, we don't have any source like this for Jesus, but I'm just going to say I don't think we have a source like this for anyone in antiquity.
That's a raging hero for sure. Yeah.
Especially not like specifically like a biographical source. If we're going to equate sources like Jesus, the sources we have for Jesus and the sources that we have for other people, and do biographies, I don't think you're going to find a single one that isn't mythologized in some capacity.
Well put. Thank you, Antonio. Consider, my friend, consider. Kwame, I think I'm saying that correctly, says Tacitus is not referenced by early church fathers. Josephus interpolation, Jesus in the Talmud 100 BCE, the James Ossuary forgery. What evidence is left?
Okay, there's a lot going on here. So yes, Tacitus is not Tacitus's annals are not referenced by the early church fathers, but this isn't surprising because Tacitus's annals were in severe disrepair and were not copied very much. In fact, one of the emperors who traced his lineage back to Tacitus ended up having to institute a program to copy his works and save them from obscurity because they had been so just dropped out of usage. The only work of his that seems to have had any relevance to anyone really was the histories, and even that had pretty limited usage. So the fact that the Jesus passage in Tacitus's annals is not referenced is unsurprising at best. The Josephus passages, I agree, are probably interpolations. The Talmudic references to Jesus living in 100 BCE are actually all probably later alterations. If you actually go through, Peter Schaefer has a really good book on this. It's Jesus in the Talmud, if I remember correctly. And it was published, I think, with Princeton University Press, I want to say. Anyways, it's a really good book, but he actually discusses how a ton of these references, if you look at the earlier recensions and like the Jerusalem Talmud, are missing any reference to Jesus. Those were added later, after the fact. So the whole 100 BCE thing is a later accretion of the Babylonian Talmud, not particularly relevant in any way, but also doesn't have any main it doesn't change our data at all, because since our data is 10th century and later, 100 BCE is well after the 10th century. So even though we have this conflicting information, it doesn't really do anything. And lastly, the James Ossuary, we all are going to agree that that's a forgery, at least all of us who, know the evidence, and are convinced by the data that's been done on that. And also just like statistically, it's very unlikely it's Jesus. So the evidence that's left is mostly our data-driven points, plus a few other things in like Paul.
Where are the coins with Jesus, like Ptolemy or Alexander?
Well, only rich, powerful kings usually had, or like governors of regions had coins minted of their faces. So Jesus wasn't one of those, so they're nowhere because he wasn't one of those people.
And also, this is the point that I was explaining already, right? Like, because we have so many examples of people who are similar to Jesus, and they all existed, and we know they existed because there were things like coins minted with them. We can establish that the claim that Jesus also existed is not super extraordinary, so that we don't need to have also coins with Jesus, right? It's just like if you establish that the claim is pretty ordinary, then you don't need the evidence to favor that strongly in favor of the claim to conclude that it's probably correct. Like I don't need to know, I don't need to have like contemporary eyewitnesses to all of these obscure historians who are only attested in the Middle Ages to be confident that they probably existed, because being a Greek historian is not like super implausible,
Nope.
Thank you. Searching deeper. Thanks for the super chat again, Derek. This kills a lot of your theories tracing sources for stories in the Bible. You cast your net too wide and too vaguely, getting random matches, figures more historic than you estimate. I would need an example of what you're talking about. Most of the time, what I do is try to categorize stuff in genre. I have occasionally done videos where there are attempts to make genetic connections, but they're not my own cases. It's not my own work. They are academics that I've gone to use their work to say, this is what this scholar PhD has said. But genetic connections are very difficult to make. But as far as somehow this making figures historical, I don't. You'd have to give me an exact, like, what example?
Our data definitely isn't going to contradict, for example, like Moses and Joseph being myths. In fact, it's going to pretty resoundingly validate that. What you can apply our data and pretty consistently to other figures that are also Raglan heroes, and it's going to have very consistent results. Like, our model seems to have a lot of utility.
Thank you.
Yeah, and also, by the way, we should clarify, like, we don't think that Caesar Augustus was actually a son of Apollo, right? Like, even if you have a historical person, like, all of the fantastical elements are obviously fictional, right? So like, if anything, it's just goes on to undermine, like, it goes on to show that a lot of these fantastical elements in various biblical texts and like apocryphal texts and stuff like that were just picked from surrounding culture. It was polemics and these kinds of things.
And that's all I'm doing too, in case anyone's interested. And like, I'm trying to do that with the Bible, because there's no, I think it was it Claude Levi-Strauss? I can't remember who the guy's exact name was, but like, no myth is original. There's always something that like, there might be elements of it original, but like, there's a constant passing down and borrowing from social structures and cultures and stuff that influence each story. So, and
Derek also full knows that a lot of things he argues for are not the scholarly consensus by any means, and he knows just, he has like conversations with me, with like Kipp Davis and others, and he knows how much a lot of us do not agree with a lot of those conclusions anyways. So
and you can make those, decisions and differences and stuff. And I like to venture outside of what the status quo or consensus ideas are from PhDs. I don't just go do my own research. If I knew the languages and really delved in deep like that, I would. But I'm like exploring people on the outskirts of the field that are doing things that I think are unique and interesting, and I like to tap into those. But thank you. Alimfatos, forgive me if I butchered that. I tried to properly pronounce that name. Shout outs from Brazil. Tiago is my name, or Tiago. Thank you so much for the super chat. Appreciate it, my friend. I'll probably see you on Antonio's channel sometime. Searching Deeper is back again. It is clear the scholars you interview do sloppy work, and you need to fact check them more. Like Aaron's staff was never used in temple, as stated by a scholar in your latest video, only kept in ark.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd have to like pull up the video, but thank you so much for the super chat, my friend. Thank you. Mr. Warlight, what's Carrier's proof of Jesus as solar deity? I don't think he makes
Carrier doesn't think that Jesus is a solar deity, and if you bring up astrotheology, mythicism around him, he'll probably have a very long blog post for you about it.
He has written several.
Although I always found it kind of interesting that Jesus is a son of God, and like son and son are kind of similar in English. So there must be something to it,
You're funny. Okay, moving on. Michael Beverly in the house. Again, thank you, Michael. Go subscribe to Michael's channel. Give him some love. Show the community some love and go subscribe. Great show. Derek, can you recommend your guests come chat with me? I had a date with Kamil, but he had to postpone. And brother, if you can give me a plug. There was my shout out.
Yeah, I have to reply to the invitation because I had to postpone, but the problem is that now I've been flooded with other things, right? So I had to prep for this, which like putting together 130 slides that takes some time. And now I'm working on a translation of an ancient text that I was given a grant to work on, and that has a deadline as well. But I'll definitely hit you up and we'll figure something out.
Yeah, I think we prepped this one almost like multiple weeks in advance just to get this. Not like close to a month.
Yeah, and my moving too. I was like, oh my gosh, we got to get it in before I move, because you can see half my bookshelf is missing. Half my bookshelf is mythical, and the other side is historical.
Well, and literally once we're done here, I'm going over to start moving my stuff to another place too. So,
so we have big things going on. Subscribe to Michael Beverly. Thanks, Michael, for the super chat.
Yep, and Michael, check the emails because I replied to the one you sent.
Thank you for being a member for 22 months. Daniel Whitaker says, the more I hear, the more confident he's a myth. I
wish I heard the same things you did.
Do what?
I said, I wish I heard the same things that he did.
I know, because part of me was like, it just made me more confident that we're dealing with different categories, and historical people being mythologized made a lot of sense.
I have to say, like, it's not that I don't want Jesus to be a myth. I think it'd be so much more interesting if he was a myth. That'd be so much more interesting. And there'd be so much more to write about. Like, goodness gracious, I can make a career off of that if it was the case. It's not that I don't want him to be a myth. It's just that I can't get the data to go that way.
And by the way, you were at one point a mythicist.
Yes, I was. When I first started getting into biblical studies, I was a mythicist. And then I went and I was dating the daughter of a pastor who also happened to have a PhD in Second Temple Judaism. And he was a very, very adamant in correcting me. You walk out. Have you ever walked out of a house feeling very embarrassed you ever opened your mouth at something?
Oh my gosh. Hang Fashi, thank you so much for the super chat. Would you agree that the destruction of the Jerusalem Christian sects destroyed the historical connection, if there is one, and left us instead with the mythology created by Paul? Sorry if covered coming here from Dr. Kills Live.
I think that could probably play a part of it. Like after 70 CE, when Jerusalem is sacked, I'm pretty sure it probably would have sent most of the Christians that survived into the diaspora, and then probably would have destroyed any writings they had as well, if they had writings. The bigger thing is that I'm not even sure, and Kamil and I would actually disagree on this potentially, because Cam actually plays with the idea of Peter being literate, but I don't think any of the other apostles were literate. And I don't think that it would, even if they were literate, that they necessarily would have actually even written anything, because there is a very, very different scribal culture between ancient Jewish writers and ancient Greco-Roman writers as well.
Interesting.
Let me go into like extreme radical critic mode here. And I want to say, what's really interesting is that after Paul, you have like 100 years of a Christian Dark Ages that's only filled with texts that are either anonymous, forged, or extremely difficult to date. And basically the earliest author who says who he is, when he wrote, and stuff like that is Justin Martyr, who's almost exactly 100 years after Paul, right? And what we can very clearly, but this 100 years, by the way, that's when all this explosion in diversity of Christian thought happens. So when late 2nd century heretics are like horrified that there are Marcionites, Gnostics that have like completely weird idiosyncratic theologies about everything, Well, that's because that emerged in this Dark Age period, and I think what you can very clearly see is that like during this period of time, there were no like disciples of Jesus going around making sure that everyone is on the same page and like correcting heretics and stuff like that. So that there wasn't any controlled tradition or anything like that. And if you actually look at Christian sources from like the 2nd century, you'll see that people and places from Asia Minor are disproportionately represented, like basically an order of magnitude compared to all other places. And what I would probably say is that all of these stories about lives of disciples of Jesus, like Peter, Paul, and stuff like that, that's all fiction that comes from later martyrologies and basically fictional narratives that were propagated starting from 2nd century and later. And that yes, probably, Peter, James, and John, and all the people that are mentioned in Pauline letters, like it's very possible that they all died in the war, and that the Jerusalem Christian community was completely wiped, and that Christianity only survived as like a coherent identity in Asia Minor. And when Christianity is then picked up in the 2nd century by basically intellectuals who start rediscovering these texts, like the canonical Gospels, like Pauline epistles, including, for example, Marcion, they are like just barely connected to the 1st century Christian movement, like communities of Paul, Peter, through this like last remaining remnant, which was the only thing that was surviving during those dark ages, right? It's extremely difficult to prove that this happened, because you have to bite like a lot of bullets about a lot of narratives that you see in these ancient texts being fictional. But I think it's like a very good possibility that this is what actually happened. But like all of the people were just died during the Jewish war, and that actually explains why these dark ages then took place.
Thank you. Searching Deeper says Carrier fudged the data. What are your thoughts about this as after investigating? Do you think it was a fudging or just a particular?
I don't think he's actually fudging data necessarily. Not on purpose. There's definitely like a double standard going on in the point application, but the unfortunate reality of the situation is because of the intersubjectivity of applying points, you don't even always realize you're doing it anyways. And Carrier has fessed up to where that we even pointed out double standards to him in point application. And when it comes to like the fact that his sample size is only of mythical figures, I don't think that's necessarily fudging the data, because he was deriving that largely from Raglan. He was deriving a pre-made sample set. So it's not necessarily that he was fudging data, it's just that the data that he had at his disposal was already predisposed in a certain way. So there's already a sample bias that he did not have data to conflict with.
Got it.
Yeah,
we're basically the only people in history that we know of up to this point that have systematically gone through historical figures to look at for Raglan heroes.
Wow.
Yeah. That's something that's probably good to emphasize, right? Like as far as I know, nobody before the two of us like really did this exercise thoroughly. I also don't like. I definitely wouldn't want to say that he like intentionally fudged the data. And again, this is just like the research that we did is just to enhance the conversation and move it further. I am extremely like looking forward to his upcoming book. I will make sure to get it as quickly as possible. And yeah, it's just trying to improve the research.
Thank you. Thank you. Aristotle showed up. Thank you for the super chat. Why would someone not admit King Arthur? His records were written down 300 years later in Historia Britannum. But there were surely others in the time in between who saw his fictional narrative as history.
That's definitely the case, but the problem is that he's not an ancient Mediterranean hero, so he doesn't actually fit within our reference class on the first point. And then another reason why we wouldn't want to include him is because he is medieval, and he is also influxed with Christian archetype in all the narratives that exist of him. So our earliest narrative that mentions Arthur, I believe, is Pseudo Nennius's historical chronicle of Britain. And in that text, it's already including like Christian saints performing all sorts of things like that. I've done a lot of reading on the historicity of King Arthur just as a complete side project of mine. Weirdly enough, another wheelhouse of mine. But because of this is that we can't actually separate him from Jesus tradition specifically, and whether or not his tales are influenced by Jesus tradition. And as I discussed earlier, that's why we're not including figures from like the modern era, because at that point Christian tradition has influxed literature so much that we cannot conclude this is like a genuine independent example of the Raglan motif and not just reutilizing Jesusine literary motif.
Thank you for the super chat and good answer. Searching deeper, if God exists, miracles are possible. To say it is not is circular and unscientific. You are assuming God doesn't exist. You have to keep premises open.
Yeah, actually, that does not follow. If you are, for example, the deist deity is a perfect example of this. If the deists are right, then God has completely removed himself from he's basically abdicated all responsibility to do with the universe. So no, miracles would not be possible if the deistic God is the real one. Miracle, and also even if there is a God who interacts with the world, that does not guarantee that that miracles are going to happen either. It means that they could, in some theoretical universe, maybe happen if he wants them to, but doesn't guarantee that their possibility.
Yeah, this has really nothing to do with the topic of the stream.
That's
but just when I'm talking to theists and, like, for example, to Christians about the resurrection, I always explicitly grant, for the sake of argument, that specifically Yahweh exists, and that like miracles happen sometimes, including resurrections, right? Because if you actually grant that, you remove a lot of this arguments about anti-supernatural bias and stuff like that, because a vast majority of people who are not Christians do think that a God exists and that supernatural events do take place, right? They just don't think it's the Christian ones. And also, just because you like think that God exists and miracles happen, that doesn't really push the probability of like a specific miracle happening that much, right? Like, I have a microphone in front of me. Do I think that the microphone is going to like supernaturally start levitating in the next 10 minutes? No. What if I assume that God exists and like miracles are possible? Like, am I going to think it's more likely to happen in the next 10 minutes? No, right? Not that much. It's a little bit more probable, right? But just because I think a God exists, that doesn't mean like a specific miracle would take place, right? So, yeah.
Okay, last one. Pedro, from my buddy who does the translation for my friend in Brazil. Who was this Jesus likely to have existed?
What is it that we can say about him? Or
if you want to know what we can say about him, we discussed that in a previous comment. I don't want to rehash.
Yeah, they're coming. They probably missed that, and then they're also coming from the mythicist side. They're more persuaded from mythicism. I think a lot of the people in Brazil that are skeptics are more on the mythicist kind of side, from what I've seen, at least in the YouTube sphere. So if we grant that the guy existed, who is this Jesus? Like what did he do? And you kind of mentioned this before, but maybe just a quick rehash, just to let Pedro know in case you missed it.
Just get Richard Carrier's On the Historicity of Jesus and read it, which I think I highly recommend anyone does anyway, because in the introduction he actually has a list of bullet points that are constitutive of his minimal historicity hypothesis, right? So, and I think that's actually a pretty good summary. So if you want to know what we can securely say about the historical Jesus, just read that. It's like a one paragraph with, I don't know, 4 or 5 bullet points, and you are set, right? Like would it be nice to have more? Sure. Who is to blame that we can't say anything much more than that? Early Christians. Is it my problem? Not really.
Right. And by the way, it's neither your or my goal to like make you all be persuaded. You must think there was probably a guy. If you want to go on saying mythicism is the most likely and that's what you're persuaded by, go for it. Be my guest. I'm just saying I'm following what makes the most sense to me here. So I'm not interested in telling you what he did on Wednesday at 5 p.m. in the upper room. I mean, like,
thing you want to say
know what I mean?
before we finish.
Do what?
Yeah, one last thing that I want to say before we finish. So I suspect, and this is definitely not going to be true about like Dr. Carrier or anything like that, but I suspect that a lot of people might be sympathetic toward Jesus mythicism. Big group of people who are pushing very strongly against Jesus mythicism are Christian apologists, because there's a lot of them and they have a lot of money basically and a lot of exposure and they can generate a lot of content, right? But do you think that a Christian apologist would be able to give the same presentation that we gave today? Of course not, right? Because like what we have been arguing for most part has been built on pointing out that there are patterns of mythologization that are present in the Gospels that were also the case in the surrounding Greco-Roman culture. It's just the case that they were also applied to other people who are historical. Do you really think that a Christian apologist would want to argue this way? Of course not. They want to avoid this entire topic and they don't want to come anywhere near it, right? They don't want to touch this with a 10-foot long pole. So they either say that all of these patterns of mythologization are just coincidences, basically, or they will start coming up with absurd claims like all of these stories were put in place by the devil who was trying to trick Christians into thinking that Jesus wasn't raised from the dead. So, but because Christian apologists are only able to make a case against Jesus mythicism that is pretty weak, then Jesus mythicists that only encounter this kind of content are only presented with a much weaker case. So I think this whole discussion should be had basically by people who are not Christian apologists, right? So if you really want the strongest case, don't go to, I don't know, Reasonable Faith or something like that. Just come to us and we'll tell you what's what.
The apologists have just such a terrible case, and it's actually rather interesting. I have an article that's been accepted at a Christian apologetics journal, and it is specifically titled "How a Christian Apologist Failed the Christ Myth Debate." So they're going. The editor was thought it was really good, and so it's going. At some point, there's going to be an apologetics journal discussing just exactly how bad apologists are at arguing this.
Yeah. And again, Pedro, I think Chrissy and Kamil think, you have a Jesus who's crucified, who obviously was teaching things, had a movement. And I can't remember what the other bullet points you brought up that you practically think about this guy. I added apocalypticism, that this guy was an apocalyptic Jewish teacher of some sort, probably charismatic. But I would not even say Jesus is the reason that Christianity even ultimately exists. You can thank the followers. And that's the same. I was just speaking to a scholar on pre-Islamic inscriptions and stuff, that what we can do in assessing monotheism, Allah, the whole nine. And he said it wasn't Muhammad that made Islam survive and thrive. He was just one of the founding guys. It was some of the brilliant people after him that wrote
Yes.
so it's the people around that made the movement actually.
It is the movement. Movements don't stem from just single great individuals. They come in a socio-political and economic context. And so if we are going to discuss Christianity as a historical movement, we shouldn't even be putting so much emphasis on who Jesus was to begin with.
Well, actually, there were three specific historical people who made Christianity succeed. And it was one, Valentinus, because he forced the proto-Orthodox people to get their shit together when it comes to theology. Two, Marcion, because he forced the proto-Orthodox communities to put together the New Testament. And three, Montanus, because he forced the proto-Orthodox communities to start paying their bishops. And like if you put these three heretics and their contributions to the development of nascent Christianity in combination, then yeah, they pretty like them combined, they probably made or broke Christianity more significantly than like the historical Jesus or even the historical Paul, right? Like if they were not kind of in competition, then yeah, like chances are Christianity would just fizzle out by the 3rd or 4th century, like, you know, Marcionism, Gnosticism, and these kinds of other movements.
We could add Celsus to the list. I mean, you know, we could, we really could, with all the writing against him that was inspired. Hang Fashi again says, wow, what do you guys make of Sir Gawain's sword being named Galuth, Hebrew for exile, or Urim on Excalibur's hilt, some same metal used in the priest's breastplate?
That they really liked their Bibles when they concocted these stories, basically. Similarly, I could also point out that it's also tradition that like Sir Gawain's sword was created by the smith Wayland, who is from Norse mythology. And that he actually, like, a ton of different people's swords are said to, and breastplates and other things are said to be made by Wayland. So like in the German epic Waltarius, he is said to have a weapon from Wayland. Beowulf is said to have a breastplate made by Wayland. You have Sir Gawain. Like it's just a whole thing. German epic mythology is like a huge thing of mine outside of New Testament studies. I'm working on translating some of them, so yeah. But it's just going to the fact that they're already influxed with Christian tradition and texts.
So it seems Wayland had pretty good marketing.
Thank you so much. Last one, Mr. Warlight. When is Jesus coming back? Pre, mid, or post-trib? You forgot to add he isn't. That should be in there.
I'm going mid.
Are you?
I'm actually a hyper-preterist. I believe that the timeline in the book of Daniel is correct, and that the end of the age actually did take place in the 2nd century BCE.
You know, that explains American politics a lot.
Yeah, exactly.
We're already in hell.
We are all in hell already.
Okay, my final question to you both is, I get Richard Carrier to come join me. Dr. Carrier comes on and gets to respond. Is there anything we should be asking him, or do you have a direct statement that I should be mentioning to him if he comes back on to try and address, other than the things you've already brought up?
Does he have a list of 65 Raglan heroes that are fictional and after 10th century BCE? Because if he does, I want that list.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if not, why not?
If not, why not? So technically, this category that you're describing, what was it called? Something time?
Dramatic date.
Dramatic date. So this dramatic date, I imagine, is something that needs to be considered, that you're saying hasn't been considered before.
Yeah.
Yes. And there are some other scholars that have like briefly pointed it out, like Greg Boyd and Paul Rhodes Eddy actually very briefly mentioned this, and so did James D.G. Dunn, that the timeline is the difference in time is a difference between Jesus and mythological figures, but no one's actually gone through the data to demonstrate it before.
Yeah, and it's pretty robust against other tools of measuring mythicization. So even if you don't use Raglan heroes and you use something else, it's probably going to hold. And so definitely ask about 465 people who are after 10th century BCE rank Raglan heroes, but also if someone starts telling you why Jesus was depicted as living in the 1st century, even though he existed, don't just listen to just so stories. Ask for probabilities. Okay, because I can give you a narrative about why Jesus would be placed in that time period, even if he was mythical. The question is, would that be exceptional or would that be typical? And I think whatever account you would give as to why that happened, it's going to be pretty exceptional. You're not going to find very many mythological people with the same kind of story. So yeah, as always, ask for more examples. Like, do we know about other people for whom the same thing happened and they also didn't exist, or is Jesus the only one?
This has been fantastic. I had a blast learning something new. Never really thought about this in depth on that level of scale and using the dramatic dating and whatnot. You have a book, Chrissy, and everyone can get a copy.
The Empty Prison Cell. The Authenticity of Philemon Reconsidered. It is the first book ever written to comprehensively go through and argue about the authenticity of Philemon, and I suggest it might be a 2nd century forgery.
Yep. Go get the book, and you can check out the article in depth in the description of this as well.
And if you're interested, it has been endorsed by Dr. Isaac T. Soon and Dr. Mark Bilby.
Nice.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and doing this presentation. Any final words before we go?
I need a drink.
Let's do it again, and maybe we'll have a response to the response.
Yeah, let's do this again. Next paper, we're on.
Awesome. Well, that next paper, when is that going to be released?
We have not yet gotten the peer review results back on that, but I'm fairly confident that it will pass. Personally,
what is that one about? Without giving away the whole spiel,
we can't say.
We'd rather plead.
Can you at least say that it's about mythicism?
It's related. We can say that.
Okay. Well, we'll see that presentation when that comes. Awesome. Well, thank you so much. I'm going to play the outro. I don't think I've done my little Matrix outro in a while, so why not? I love y'all. Thank you so much. Hit the like button. Check out their links. Subscribe. Join the Patreon. Helps us keep going. Become a member of the YouTube channel so your name highlights and you're special in the live stream chats when we do these. I'm moving to Florida. Have mercy on me. Once I get there, then we can keep the live streams going. But I don't know if I'll be doing another one before I move. So I'll see you when I get to Florida. And thank you for joining me, guys. And Chrissy, I look forward to that book getting some sales. Let me know if we get some people who get your book, because this is your first publication. All right.
Son, do you want to know what the truth is? After this, there's no turning back. You take the blue pill and you wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want to. You take the red pill and you stay in Wonderland. And I show you just how deep the rabbit hole goes. Remember, all I'm offering is the truth, nothing more.